Good afternoon, everyone. Just going to make sure that we have the folks who we're expecting from BPD here before we get going. Superintendent Eddings, I see you're in.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Good afternoon, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, what is time really? But let me just make sure I've got my list here of who we're expecting.
Councilor Bach?
Yes, hi, Councilor Mejia.
Okay, I just see a screen sharing. I just want to make sure I'm in the right place.
Yep, we haven't started yet because we're making sure we've got everybody from the department in who we're expecting. I think I'm still looking for, is Lisa O'Brien here?
Yeah, she's with me, Counselor.
Oh, great. Okay, so she's with you. BPD team, I think that we've let everybody in whose name we have. So is there, oh no, I see Superintendent McGoldrick. Is there anybody else from your group who is expecting to come in and who hasn't come in?
Yes, is the chief on? I can't see who's on, Counselor. You see.
You mean Commissioner Long?
Yes.
Yeah, he's not on yet.
Okay. All right, so let me see. There we have Superintendent Baston, Donovan, Messina. Walcott is on. He's on. He's trying to get on. He's having a hard time.
I think he might be on now, Super. If you take that arrow up there, you can see who else is on.
Yeah.
Sorry?
No, we're trying to figure out for you.
No, the arrow to your left.
Right.
Right next to North, that little arrow.
Superintendent Walcott's on, but I'm having some video issues. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you and see you, Superintendent.
Oh, you can see me?
Yep, both.
Okay.
What's up, Sean? Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, so Counselor, we have the chief trying, or the commissioner, acting commissioner, whatever. He's trying to get on. He's having some technical difficulties, as well as Superintendent Carter. She's having a difficult time as well.
Okay, well, we'll wait for a moment then for the acting commissioner.
Okay.
Councilor Bach, I may have it's in a different view. I can only see you. I can't see anyone else. Is there a reason? Should I log out and log back in to be able to see?
From our perspective, you're in as a panelist and it's all working as normal. Do you want to try? It might just be showing up me because I'm talking.
Okay.
That's better now.
Now that's better. Whatever someone did, fix that problem.
Well, that's the slide that they leave up until we start the hearing usually.
Okay.
Okay. Good.
But
Let them know you're in, I guess, that you can talk. Can you talk?
sorry, say that again.
Yeah, I was giving people remote instructions on how to get in. It's not that I really know what I'm talking about, but So
Alright.
that's what.
So just so I understand, Superintendent, we're waiting on Commissioner Long, and then who was the other person?
Superintendent Carter, and she can hear, but she's having a hard time transmitting or getting a picture. So we just see if she eventually made it in.
And is she under her own name?
No, it would be Captain Terenzi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she I can bring over. So now it's just the commissioner we're waiting for, I believe.
Yep, I think so. I don't see him up there yet. Okay, so she's asking to.
I'm here, Captain.
Oh, here you are.
Super, I'm up here. I'm under Captain Terenzi's name.
Okay, very good, Superintendent Carter. There you are.
Okay. Superintendent, somebody's directly in communication with the commissioner and expects him to be on shortly.
He should be coming on right now, Counselor.
All right. I think probably our best bet while we're waiting for Commissioner Long is for me to start the process of reading our opening statement, just because there is significant verbiage to get through there. And I'm mindful of everybody's time. We've got a lot of people sign up for public testimony and lots of folks on this call. So Candace, we're good to go?
We're all set, Madam Chair.
All right, great. Well, hopefully while I do this, the commissioner will arrive. I'm calling this hearing of the Boston City Council's Ways and Means Committee to order. For the record, my name is Kenzie Bach. I'm the District 8 City Councilor and also the Council's Ways and Means Committee Chair. This hearing is being recorded. It's being live streamed at boston.gov/city-council-tv and broadcast on Xfinity Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, and FiOS Channel 964. It's part of the council's budget review process, which constitutes about 35 working sessions and hearings. We are eager to have you participate as a member of the public in that hearing process. So like I said, a bunch of folks are signed up today. If you'd like to sign up, you can email ccc.wm@boston.gov with written testimony. You can go to boston.gov/budget-testify to find out how to sign up to testify here live in the Zoom in person. We also have a way to submit videos to be played at the end of the hearing. we ask that you do that 48 hours in advance. And then we'll be having 2 dedicated public testimony hearings on May 25th, focused on BPS, and on June 3rd, focused on the whole budget, both at 6 p.m. So if it's more convenient to you to come in an evening and give your testimony on this or any other topic, you'd be very welcome. You can also tweet at us using the hashtag BOSSBudget, that's BOS budget, and find all of the hearings at boston.gov/council-budget. Today's hearing is on docket 0524 to 0526, orders for the FY22 operating budget, including annual appropriations for departmental operations for the school department and for other post-employment benefits. Docket 0527 to 0528, orders for capital fund transfer appropriations. Docket 0529 to 0531, orders for the capital budget, including loan orders and lease purchase agreements. And docket 0536 to 0536, which are orders authorizing limits for the Boston Police Department revolving funds for FY22. And this is the budget hearing that will be focused on the Boston Police Department. I'm joined here today by my colleagues, Councillor Andrea Campbell of District 4, also our Public Safety Chair, Councillor Michael Flaherty at large, Councillor Liz Braden, District 9, Councillor Anissa Sabi-George at large, Councillor Ed Flynn, District 2, and then Councillor Julia Mejia at large, Councillor Ricardo Arroyo, District 5, Councillor Michelle Wu at large. I believe those are all the colleagues who have joined so far. We're being joined today, hopefully momentarily, by Acting Commissioner Gregory Long. The rest of the team that I've got on the list here today is Jeffrey Walcott, who's the Superintendent and Chief of Staff, James Hassan, the Superintendent for the Bureau of Administration and Finance, Lisa O'Brien, the Deputy Director and Chief Financial Officer, Superintendent Kevin McGoldrick of the Bureau of Field Services, Superintendent Paul Donovan of the Bureau of Investigative Services, Superintendent Nora Baston of the Bureau of Community Engagement, Superintendent Marcus Eddings of Court and Paid Details, and Deputy Superintendent Peter Messina of the Street Outreach Team, along with David Caravan, the Director of the BRIC. Let me now quickly check if we've been joined yet by the Acting Commissioner. Staff.
Just one more minute, Counselor. He's on the way down to this office.
Okay. Would generally encourage the department to get on a little bit sooner for these things. All right, well, let me just, I'll address a few housekeeping items and see if he's on shortly. So counselors know I'm going to be running through questions with my timer and my gavel. I would just say to everybody that we do have a bunch of public testimony lined up. I don't want to leave all of that to the very end of the hearing today. So I am going to just ask counselors to try to be efficient in your question asking and to leave space, as we talked about this morning, just leave space in your time for the department to answer the questions so that we can get that real dialogue going and not just have a list of questions or statements. That would be helpful for the back and forth that we're seeking to have. And then I just also, want to thank all of the folks who are in the waiting room as people here to testify publicly. When we do get to public testimony, we will be bringing you over in as panelists. So just know that we know that you're there, and I'm grateful to have you here. I don't see the commissioner on yet. So I guess I'm gonna ask Superintendent if you have any opening remarks to offer. Superintendent Hassan.
Yes, Counselor. I could have some opening remarks. I'd just rather wait, just give us another 20 seconds if you don't mind.
Yeah, we can wait for a few more moments, but I just, the council noticed the hearing for 2. It is something where we do expect folks to be on time.
Yep. unfortunately, we tested that early. I don't know why it didn't work. It's right here. So, yeah, like I said, we tested it earlier. So, just wait. You want to opening statements?
Yeah, in general, I haven't been opening these with opening statements because we're trying to be efficient and get to actual questions and back and forth. Certainly, I mean, Councillor Campbell, as the Public Safety Chair, if you would like to say a few words, feel free.
In terms of opening statement?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. So thank you. I'll just be short and sweet. I know that we have folks waiting public to testify publicly and do want to create space. You know, first, thank you to the department for being here. Thank you, Councillor Bach, of course, for holding the hearing. I anticipate that there'll be a lot of questions with respect to investigations, of course, questions around just how we get a department that's more transparent, accountable, diverse in the makeup of the department. And so looking forward to a whole range of questions from all of us, including, of course, council colleagues with respect to those topics. I will say, I know we were hoping that we were going to be efficient and swift here. So we submitted a lot of questions prior to this hearing with the hopes of getting a response, but there was very little specificity. So I feel like I'm going to be bringing up a lot of questions again, which is unfortunate. So I will, keep my opening remarks really short. But that's the goal is how do we create a department that's in the nation, the most transparent, accountable, equitable, and diverse. And there's still, I think, as we all agree, a lot more work to do.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Yes, we did send a set of folks over, a set of questions over to the BPD, and we did get a memo back over the weekend, but I think a lot of the specific questions that we had asked are left to be asked here in the hearing. I think BPD, we have to get into it. So is there, of the many superintendents here, is there anybody who's prepared to sort of jump into one of the many topics at hand?
So the acting commissioner is here, Councilor. He's right here to my right.
Oh, great.
I'm sorry, I apologize for being late, a couple of technical difficulties. So I did have an opening statement prepared, but in the interest of time, I'm just going to say, I appreciate the opportunity on behalf of the Boston Police Department to talk about, the department in general, the budget specifically, and also our commitment to the communities we serve, the commitment to police reform, and also, again, our goal is to keep communities safe. And I think throughout this, we're going to touch on all of those topics.
Great, thank you, Acting Commissioner. So I think then, do you guys have a presentation prepared, or shall we move straight into questions?
You can move straight into questions if you like.
Great. Okay, all right, I'll start, and then just so folks know, the order is Campbell, Flaherty, Braden, Asabi George, Flynn, Mejia, Arroyo, Wu. I'll just start with, there's a proposal on the table in the proposed budget to control overtime, and the goal is to achieve I think it's been framed as a 1/3 cut in overtime compared to what's going to turn out to be our expenditure for this year. Of course, that's also what we could have said about last year's proposed cut, was that it would have been a 1/3 cut had it been realized, but it wasn't realized. And so I know that there are component pieces proposed here for making that real. One of them is medical triage. One of them has to do with adding cadets to sort of bring some hours over to regular instead of overtime. I guess what I haven't yet heard from the department and would love to hear is kind of like, what's the formula for the number of hours? I mean, I forget how many it is, but I think it's like 600,000 or something overtime hours that need to be cut. In terms of like thinking about those different component pieces, how they could possibly succeed. Just because I'll tell you, my concern, having presided over over 3 overtime accountability hearings this past year, is that if we don't have a plan, then, you know, the definition of insanity is repeating the same thing and expecting a different result. And that I'm worried that we have an even higher hill to climb this year, because with the sick and injured long-term numbers being where they are, I fear that when court and special event overtime goes back up, we risk a world in which we're talking about 80 million on overtime this year. So, and then that's even harder to cut from. So I would love to hear, Acting Commissioner, from you and your team about specifically sort of like how all the pieces are going to add up here to actually be different this year from last year.
Yeah, so Superintendent Hassan here. I mean, so there's a lot to that, Counselor, but the pieces are going to add up because some of those special events are going to, you know, start shifting from one priority to another. So it's not going to be in addition to. We've also increased our medical staff at the occupational health. We've partnered with the Brighton medical staff out there in Brighton to assist us with, you know, monitoring and getting our officers back to health. You know, we're looking at some of the people that were long-term injured that, you know, having a medical evaluation. If they're not able to continue performing in that function, you know, medically, we're trying to see if we can move them along in the process. So it's really a multi-pronged approach. You know, it is shifting priorities and, you know, events as they pop up. So I think I know that overtime and special events is concerned with the court, but I think you'll see that we'll have some success there.
Yeah, I guess my concern is the question of how much each of those elements are going to contribute, right? Like, do we think we can, you know, through the medical triage, get, you know, 5 officers a month back to work or into retirement, and that cuts it by X amount? I mean, it just seems to me like we have to have some kind of a formula or analysis to think that we were going to get as much as a third cut.
There is no formula because we can't anticipate future injuries. That's the problem. We are getting people back to work on a consistent basis, but unfortunately, officers are being injured in as we're moving forward, getting the ones that are off the injured rolls back into the workforce. Additional officers are being injured, so it appears that we're not making any movement, but we're making a lot of movement, and there's no way to predict that.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that it's a moving target. It's just that the challenge for us, right, is if we're going to approve a budget with a certain cut, then it's knowing that there's a plan that's going to make that real. Because otherwise, we backfill it right out of reserves and other efficiencies, which is what's happening with the $17 million overage this year.
Yeah,
just with my Ways and Means hat on, that you see how it's a challenge.
Yeah, again, so with the COVID. So we're hoping that, you know, as the world returns to normal, that the officers will be able to actually have in-person visits with their physicians and our medical personnel. These video telehealth conferences are going to come to an end. They're going to start seeing real people. We increase the staff, so we're going to have more visits by the injured officers to have up-to-date analysis of what their status is. So that's we're hoping to keep them moving, and that's the plan. It should. I can't guarantee anything, you know, but you know, another large-scale riot or whatever or demonstration, and we'll have 100 people out again, like, you know, we did last time.
Yeah, so I'm mindful of my own time, so I'm going to go to a colleague next. I think the thing I would say is even if you can't guarantee, it would be helpful to know, for instance, like for us to hit these targets, how many people, like what are the numbers that we have to hit on the long-term sick and injured thing? Like, what does success look like, right? Like what does success tangibly look like in terms of like police work hours, and then that translates into these dollars saved, right? Because there's no way we get to that dollar saved space without having that in between picture. So I just think that's something that the council needs.
I just to answer your question, I think the number that we're looking at would be roughly 100 officers back that are currently out.
Right. So and would that 100 be the a number that you would aim to have net 100 back by the end of the fiscal year, like over the course of FY22?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And so so if they were staggered, we still think that we would make those savings, or do the savings rely on having 100 people's worth sort of all year long? Do you see what I'm saying?
It would definitely be staggered, but also too, what else is gonna, in addition to getting the officers back to work, we're having 2 new recruit classes that's gonna increase our head count, which will hopefully offset some of those replacement costs that we're currently incurring right now. So it might be staggered, but the overall savings will be significant.
But is the overall savings sort of equivalent to 100 officers worth back over the course, like for the year? Something like that?
Hold on.
I think I have a sense of, it's just then it becomes the question of like, okay, so do we have much chance of getting 10 officers a month back, and how do you do the math with the cadets? So, you know, I would love a little bit more definition written down about kind of how we get there.
I do think it would be 100. I know what you're saying, you know, like, 100 spread out through the years or throughout the year. Or you're talking like if we would, we would get 100 officers back next month, would that obviously start the process towards getting to where we need? I think, obviously if we're looking at 100, the sooner we get them back, so the majority of the year, your net gain is 100 officers. I think obviously that would get us, kind of the numbers that we're looking at. I know the superintendent and the superintendent Hassett mentioned, it's tough to predict that, different variables come into play, how officers get injured. But yeah, I think the 100, yeah, I don't think it'd be, 50 now and 50 by the tail end of the fiscal year. I would think, yeah, the sooner we could get 100 back, it's a net gain 100, then obviously the longer you have that 100 net gain, then the closer you get to your number.
Right. Yeah, it's just if I said I was going to cut my spending on anything by a third, the first question would be, how are you going to do it? And how are you going to do it over the months, right? And how much of it are you going to do in July versus in September? So it's just, I just think that at some point that has to be mathematically describable for the council to look at. Otherwise, I can't imagine that we will achieve it. So just that's my note that I want to hammer here. But I will go next to Councillor Campbell. And like I mentioned before, after her, it'll be Councillor Flaherty. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Councillor Bach. And again, thank you to the department for being here. We'll jump right into a few questions. One is, Councillor Bach, thank you for the question on overtime, because as you can imagine, this is the question that rises to the top of the list for many constituents, particularly the fact that it is just not sustainable. Coming out of COVID, there is just no way we can maintain a budget that's $400 million, a $70 million overtime budget that keeps going up when we have to be fiscally conservative coming out of COVID. And so the hearings that we had, of course, and did in partnership with Councillor Bach, were designed to try to get at some real strategies that we could do to rein in the cost while, of course, ensuring every district had adequate coverage for the number of calls they were getting. So I can't stress enough, when I got the new budget, I definitely am not optimistic at all that we're going to reach those savings. If we weren't able to do it last year, we weren't able to realize that 12 million, and that was, of course, with events down, not up. And so really would love some more specifics on how we plan on getting there. And so I just wanted to re-up that question through the chair. We need more specifics. And then I guess my other question outside of more specifics on the overtime is any updates on the investigations into, this alleged officer possibly or officers participating in the Capitol insurrection, any updates on the investigation into the Rose case and this McHale case. I'll leave it there, and depending on time, can ask additional questions before I see the gavel.
Okay, so right now, Counselor, we're roughly 10% down in overtime costs as compared to this time last year. I mean, I really think we're making significant milestones with respect to our discretionary overtime, but as we all know, the elephant in the room is the replacement costs. And we really are trying to get our offices back to work. We just feel that if we get our replacement costs down, like extended tours is discretionary, that's something we can control more. It's just difficult to control the number of officers that have been out injured. But I would like to stress that we are 10% down compared to where we were last year. So we did hear you, we are trying. And I'd also like to point out that this year alone, I'm projecting we're roughly going to spend about $16 million on unforeseen events that we incurred significant overtime, such as the elections, the many demonstrations that were held throughout the city this past year. COVID-19, as everyone knows, really hit us hard at the police department, and mass CAS is another area where the overtime has grown because that area is in need of attention. So that's like 16 million right there. That's going to hit our overtime budget this year that we do not plan for. And
so Lisa, I know I'm going to see the gavels, so I got to be quick. So when you say 10% down, can you say that in numbers? Just, the public, what's the 10% equivalent to? And on the replacement costs, any thought to looking at some of the specialized units to send them back to the districts as a way to reduce those costs?
Yes, that's one area that we're going to look at this year. Again, a lot of things were stalled this past year as a result of COVID. Especially, so for example, right now I'm seeing roughly about a $6 million savings compared to last year.
From the 72 million to the 65 million projected.
But it would have been even more significant, Counselor, had we not had some of the unforeseen events that we had this past year.
All right, and then any updates on these investigations? Obviously, this is an ongoing question that we get quite a bit, as you can imagine.
So, Councilor, in terms of the Capitol, like you in almost the entire country, I was disgusted by what I saw down the Capitol. I will say, I know you're a little frustrated by the length of time it's taken for this investigation. But the thing about investigations, I want to make sure that they're done the right way. So when they're concluded, that they're thorough, and there's no other questions to be asked about that. That being said, I expect that to be done, within the next couple of weeks. And what I will say about that is, I can promise you, if for 1 second I thought an officer on the Boston Police Department had participated in that, they would not be a Boston police officer today. So that's in terms of the Capitol investigation you asked about. The McHale investigation, that's still going on in internal affairs. I don't have a time frame on that for you. And then in terms of the Rose, are you asking, I know that the district attorney's office has that, and there's been a lot of conversation about that. And I know the mayor has directed, the OPAC director, to take a look at that on the Boston Police Department side.
So right now, all three are being investigated by the department.
Well, the Capitol, yes. McHale, yes. And then obviously OPAT is looking at, obviously it's been well documented, some of the, the concerns about what happened, 25 years ago or so with the Rose investigation.
Okay. And then my last question is, since I think I have a minute, okay, I see her nodding. Since we have, I see you, Nora, you just popped up on my screen, Superintendent Nora Bastian. Was there a reduction in your bureau? Because we were looking at the numbers. That was one of my questions that I submitted. It looked like a decrease, over 30% decrease in the Bureau of Community Engagement.
No, that was just an accounting reclassification.
Okay.
The investment that the city made for the best clinicians last year, the $2 million, it was put into Superintendent Bastian's budget. I moved that into the Office of Research Development so it could be managed by Jenna Savage.
With Jenna, okay. That's very helpful. And then I guess my last question for this round is, the status of sort of OPAT. Obviously it's still in formation. I do not think it's ready to conduct an investigation. And I said that to Stephanie, who's the new executive director. It's no knock on her. It's just difficult to do an investigation when you don't have all the tools that you would need. But just where are we with the implementation of OPAT in terms of not just what the investment it is? I think it was 1 million. Is that enough? Where are we with the setup for that office?
Yeah, I don't know if it's the department's responsibility to set that up, Council. I'm confused by the question though.
Okay, so you guys aren't involved at all?
Setting up that office? No.
Okay. I wasn't sure. So maybe that's a separate question, Councilor Bach, on who do we direct questions to about OPAT and implement setup. And I would still assume that the department would still play a role and be at the table, along with a whole host of other stakeholders with the setup of OPAT. I know Stephanie's making her round, but I can save those questions for the administration.
Yeah, definitely with that, but as far as like personnel and all that, we don't have a role in that.
I think my time is my time up?
Yes, it is. Sorry, I neglected to raise this. Yeah, and Councilor Campbell will definitely figure out where the right hearing is to get OPAT implementation questions answered, if not here.
And we could stay on the specifics on just the overtime question. And I appreciate your responses, Lisa. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Campbell. Next up, Councilor Flaherty, then Councilor Braden. I should just note that we were joined a while back by Councilor Frank Baker and Councilor Lydia Edwards as well. Councilor Flaherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to thank the Boston Police Department, in particular, Commissioner Long and his team, the superintendents and other personnel that are on the phone for their time and attention today and for the great work that they do. We're blessed in the city, not only having the first police department in the nation, but we have the best police department in the nation. And it's because they're well trained, and they're also, we can boast of having the best community policing efforts, continues to be a model for other jurisdictions. So I appreciate the work that you guys do. Budgets, obviously we like to put as much predictability into budgets as possible, but we know when someone calls 911, that's when it becomes unpredictable. We just don't know the situations that you will find yourselves in, protecting the public and protecting the neighborhoods of Boston. So I appreciate your efforts and attention on that front. Everywhere I go, and as a citywide councilor, I get calls and emails all the time from across the city that they want to see more police officers, not less police officers. And I know that, and I've been privy to some recent polling that suggests the same across the city, that people love and appreciate the job that you're doing, and they want to see more officers, particularly those bicycles. That's a hot item. So as we head into the warmer months, Commissioner, the more that you can deploy the bicycle unit, as well as additional walking beats, I think that would be well received throughout the entire city and all neighborhoods. I want to touch base on COVID as well. Curious to see how many members, without obviously not getting into HIPAA, how many members had contracted COVID and or were subject to the COVID quarantine, and what, if any, impact did that have on manpower? Clearly also, one would think we would recognize the cost savings, because all the parades, festivals, major events like the marathon and et cetera were canceled. Yet obviously we had other issues to deal with. So I'm curious to see what the costs associated with that. So to see whether or not we actually got a cost savings or not. And then from a staffing standpoint, and again, going back to community levels and civic associations and crime watch groups who are again clamoring to see more police, I guess who and what determines staffing levels? Is that done by the CompStat? Is that done by activity in a specific neighborhood or arrest? And given that arrests are down, I get what mechanisms are going into play to help captains determine what's the appropriate level of staffing per shift, so that we have sufficient police protection in all of our neighborhoods. I know that some neighborhoods feel that they don't get as much as other neighborhoods, and they're constantly calling, asking, to see more officers in their neighborhood on their street. And then just lastly, if you could just give a breakdown as it pertains to the overtime costs. I know that as the longest serving member, I know we had 3 or 4 classes in a row that were around 100, 110 officers that came on. I think that was during the Clinton administration. And I think that many of them are reaching mandatory retirement age. What are we doing to prepare for that? What are we doing to backfill number of experienced trained officers that we're going to lose. And I see that there's maybe something in this budget for 30. That's not going to cut the mustard. If we're going to get to staffing levels that are going to be commensurate with the demand and the need in our communities to deal with over hundreds of thousands of 911 calls, then I would argue that we need to put on more classes, and those classes need to be bigger. So that's it in a nutshell for me for the first round, and I appreciate the responses. Listen carefully.
So as far as the COVID, I think we have approximately 300 people that contracted it. We had over 1,000 that were quarantined. So to replace those officers really affected our numbers.
Superintendent, is there a way to put that into like sort of man hours or woman hours, if you would, when someone contracted COVID and/or was out on quarantine? Like, what does that mean, like for that police district, for that shift? Like, what's the backfill like? Can you walk us through that? Because I have to think that it has to be an enormous undertaking to deal with that on top of just folks that are on leave because of other medical issues or concerns, plus the fact that many of those individuals weren't able to get to the doctor because you couldn't get to your doctor. Your primary cares were telling you they wanted to do televisits. So what was happening to the regular public was happening to the men and women of the Boston Police Department. And I want to make sure that that's clearly understood in this hearing, is that as we were dealing with COVID as a city and as a society, the men and women of the police department who were contracting COVID and/or were quarantined were part and parcel to that, and making sure that the staffing was covered and making sure that those positions were backfilled appropriately to give us the sufficient coverage we needed. I'm assuming that there's a cost associated with that. And given that we're in a budget hearing, I'd like to kind of get a sense as to what do those numbers look like?
Counselor, just to hopefully Lisa can come up with a quick answer, but just anecdotally, I think our members were exposed more frequently to more hazardous situations because of the number of contacts they had. So that's why we had such high numbers, because they didn't have the luxury of staying home and performing their duties. But as an example, we had 2 stations. I'm sure Superintendent McGoldrick could expound upon, but we had 2 districts, District 14, which is in Brighton, and District A7, that was so decimated that we had to bring people from other parts of the city just to put their minimum staffing into place so they could ensure that all the policing demands of those 2 districts, never mind in District 13 as well. So we had several districts that were highly affected and infected. And, and the men and women of the BPDs rose to that. And I think, Lisa, do you have actually costs for those particular?
For fiscal year 21, right now, as of April 23rd, our COVID-related cost replacement is roughly 2.9 million. And I'm projecting for the end of the year, fiscal year, total cost of 3.6. And the hours is 54,614 is a projection. Actual right now is at 44,614. I would like to point out when we presented last year, this time last year, we were already up to roughly $4 million in COVID-related reimbursement replacement costs, or 52,653 hours this time last year. And that was really only for the period from March to May. So you can see how significant that we were affected by that last year.
And like you said, Counselor, you were right on the money about, like, it's seriously affected our ability to have officers seen that were out injured or had COVID themselves, because a lot of the people, telehealth and just getting people in to see it, nurse practitioner or a doctor, they had their own fears. It was extremely difficult. And what also contributed to the overtime is because a lot of the civilian workforce had to stay home as well. So a lot of just to keep the doors open and things moving, we had to use a lot of uniformed personnel just to, so it all added up to, these very high numbers.
Okay, Councilor Flaherty, before I just want to get time, I just want to comment quickly on that topic, and then I just want Superintendent McGoldrick to get to the question about staffing levels and how they're calculated. Obviously, COVID hit our department pretty hard. It was a massive undertaking. Obviously, as a police department, we have no choice but to be around 24/7. I can't say enough about the officers and their resilience. They kept coming to work and fighting through that despite their own fears and the fears of their own family and the health of their families. There was a ton of overtime incurred because of that. As Superintendent Hassan mentioned, we did get to the point in several stations, we had to transfer people in from specialized units because they were so decimated. So then I just want, before we run out of time, I just want Superintendent McGoldrick to just talk about staffing levels in the districts and how we come to that.
Thanks, Chief. So yeah, the staffing levels have been, it's always a challenge to try to get optimal staffing levels. But the reality is there's no set way, there's no formula that anyone really uses to determine staffing levels. There's basically 5 ways that the different agencies do it across the country, some with better accuracy than others. There's the per capita approach, which is very generalized, a minimum manning level, which is pretty much what we use, the authorized budget level, which we actually technically have with the city ordinance of a minimum number of police officers, which isn't really what we go by, but in a technical sense, we do have an authorized level. Crime trends have been used in the past, but they're not really favored as a means of determining staffing because it rewards inefficiency and allows, it basically incentivizes inefficiency in the sense that, the more crime you have, the more police officers you have to throw at it. Whereas if your police officers are doing a good job and are well positioned to impact crime, then there's a disincentive to keep that forward momentum going. And there's also the workload-based model. I would say, most departments don't do a formal analysis on a regular basis because it's an extremely labor-intensive endeavor and it can be quite costly. So what we're looking to do is get the right mix for our city, and basically using the minimum manning construct and kind of workload-based analysis. We figure past practice of what's worked for us in the past, what's the right policy to work now, and then supervisory judgment. So we'd have discussions with our captains and make sure that we're on target. Unlike a lot of other cities, I think our 5-year crime trends and our current year-over-year crime trends indicate that we're doing better than most, and I think our numbers, if we're looking at it from a numbers standpoint, are good, better than most major cities. So I think, to some extent, the supervisory judgment aspect of it is validated by that. Obviously, there's always the budget aspect of it too. It's not just about what we're accomplishing, but how much is it costing. But those are the factors, those are the trends that we usually go into in order to validate, to kind of check on our own experience and what we're accomplishing. The Bureau of Administration and Technology is soliciting a bid for an outside vendor to come in and conduct a formal analysis, which I think is a great idea. I think looking at some of the data trends that typically go into such an analysis, I'd be surprised if it says we're overstaffed. My expectation is it will probably say that we're understaffed, just based on the historical numbers that we're using and some of the population numbers, the call volume, and the other data points that I think would tend to have us look towards more policing rather than fewer police officers. But that's the advantage of having outside professionals come in and conduct a formal assessment. It's somewhat costly and labor intensive, but I think it will either validate the way we've been doing things or show us a slightly different path. But I think we're going to be pretty close to what the experts will have to say.
Thank you very much, Chief, and the superintendents, and of course, particularly during COVID, a lot of armchair quarterbacks got to stay home in their feety pajamas, but you guys didn't. Frontline and first responders did not. So I appreciate the work you did. And simple suggestion, obviously, I'd look forward to getting the results of that staffing inquiry, and just caution that just don't get them from Portland or Seattle. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flaherty. Councillor Braden, and then Councillor Asabi George. Councillor Braden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously the overtime issue is a big issue. I'm I'm District 9. District 14 is here. I'm sorry to say that so many of your officers were profoundly affected by the COVID. In terms of just thinking about the COVID, how many officers did you end up testing positive for COVID during the last period? And then just I'd like some insights into how the best clinicians are being used. How many of them have you are being used, and how many is there any assigned out to District 14 in Brighton? And also, just out of interest, as you're saying, so many of your officers are being exposed to COVID infection over the past year. The question was how many were tested positive, but also how many officers are you now, have been vaccinated? Are you having trouble being vaccinated, and are all your officers being vaccinated so that we can prevent further infections if possible? Those are my main questions at the moment.
Yes, Councillor. So first of all, the first question was over 300 and over 1,000 were quarantined. As you know, we did have one officer pass away from COVID. We had several that almost passed away, and luckily, thank God, they were able to pull through. As far as the vaccination, we have what we know of, because of we have about 1,130, 52% that went through the city program, but also quite a large number got vaccinated on their own through their, their personal physicians, or they could have went out to Foxborough. There was places, there was all kinds of sites set up for first responders, and they're not obligated to inform us when they're if they've been vaccinated or not. So we're doing pretty good, and our numbers are reflecting that. We still have some people, I think it was 20 long-term COVID, but I think we're down to 1 or 2 people that are currently out on COVID. So, obviously those numbers reflect that. And as far as the best team, I think Deputy Messina is on the line, and I think he might be in the best position to answer that question for you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
So the good news is we do have a clinician coming your way. She's in the second week of training right now. So last year, as you know, that the city reallocated about $2 million in operating budget funds to the BPD to hire additional clinicians. So far this year, we have 6 new clinicians that have already been hired. We have 3 additional clinicians that have accepted positions and will be starting in the next few months. 1 position is awaiting acceptance, and we have 4 vacancies right now. So we are moving forward and rapidly hiring these individuals. We do have interviews coming in just about weekly or every other week. So we are working diligently and making sure that all these positions get filled before the fiscal year is up.
So in terms of how the best clinicians are working out, have you seen what is the response rate, and what's the sort of the feedback from the program so far?
So the program's been in existence for about 10, 11 years right now. In Boston, and it's been a huge success. Frankly, I think it's been underutilized, and there should be even more clinicians hired. The co-response model is a nationwide model. Many police departments nationwide are picking up on co-response now, and it is tremendous on de-escalating situations and limiting officer use of force. So I'm just going to draw a prime example. So last year in 2020, we had 3 clinicians, 2 being full-time, 1 being part-time. So last year we had 526 mental health related incidents with our officers involved in a co-response model. So now if you multiply that, if you have 18 additional clinicians, I'm sorry, 17 additional, no, my math is terrible. I'm sorry about that.
It's all right, don't worry.
We have 3 different additional clinicians along with those 3. Those calls that we co-responded to, that we de-escalated, that we conducted follow-up, should be upwards to 2,500 to 3,000. It's a very effective model and something that I think should be even more utilized across the board.
Yeah. So in terms of training, what sort of resources do you have to devote to training your best clinicians?
So there's actual best training where they actually train the clinicians as they're hired before we even see them. So we're part of the initial hiring process with them. Once they're hired, they go through best internal training before they're brought over to us. So today, right now, I have 3 clinicians with us today, riding along with my officers assigned to the street outreach unit. That's given them the hands-on field training out there. And it's been, that's gonna last about another, I think it's, I'm trying to think how many shifts. There's 5 shifts per officer times 3. So it's about 15 shifts before they're now brought out to the actual district of assignment.
So looking forward, like I agree that it's a great program, and in terms of looking forward, like how would you see us ramping up this program in the future so that it can be more widely used?
So I know nationwide we talked about a lot of civilian response right now, and the Boston Police Department is working on providing that in conjunction with a number of different partners, city partners. But one thing we've identified was 16 nature codes that we believe should be strictly co-response nature codes. So these would be calls for service that come out through operations. That call immediately would be flagged as a co-response call, and that call would be sent out to a district co-response car. If that makes sense.
And do you have, at this point in time, do we have a co-response car in every district?
No, we do not right now, but we will. Once these 18 individuals are hired and trained, we will have at least 1 or 2 co-response cars in each area. So we have 5 areas in the city of Boston. So we should have 2 assigned to each area. In addition, we will have 1 assigned to the school police unit and 3 additional clinicians assigned to the street outreach unit to deal with higher level emotionally disturbed persons calls.
Very good. Thank you.
But just do note though that these cars are not dedicated strictly to mental health. They will be responding to other calls as well. But if a call comes in that's mental health, has a mental health nexus, these cars will be dispatched to those calls.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I think I must be out of time.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Braden. Next up is Councillor, sorry, just lost my, there we go. Next up is Councillor Asabi George, and then it'll be Councillor Flynn. Councillor Asabi George.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate Councillor Breeden's questions around the utilization of the best clinicians across the district. You know, as many of you know, it's been a big part of my work on the council advocating for additional resources to support both general outreach and particular outreach to our residents who are in need really of a mental health response, but often the co-response model is best to utilize in times of, sometimes in these times of needs. And through the onboarding of additional providers, looking to make sure that these providers, these licensed clinical providers are able to be more proactive in their efforts and supporting our residents who are often high utilizers of service. So just, you know, I continue to be a supporter of these efforts and will continue to support investments in that work, and grateful for the department's continued advocacy to do that. I do want to talk a few minutes or have a conversation for a few minutes around the implications of state reform. The state reforms have just recently come down, and certainly how they are working with our office, our OPAT office, and the work that's happening at the city level. But in particular, I'm concerned around the impacts on the number of uniformed officers, sworn officers that will be. So I'm curious about how the department's preparing to balance the training requirements that are now part of state reform, and to make balance the training requirements with sufficient staffing levels across the district as that rolls out in the next couple of months, because the training, my understanding, will take a number of officers off the street on any given day. So how are we preparing for that? What are we looking at as it relates to the number of officers that will have to participate in that training at any given time, and how are we making accommodations to make sure that we have a proper staffing levels on the street.
So, Council, you know what, I will, I'll answer one part of it. The other part, I could have Superintendent Carter talk about the training implications. You know, a challenge for us is going to be, you know, a Bureau of Professional Standards, you know, with the new police reform, you know, there has to, when we get complaints in, there has to be a timely dissemination. We're going to have between the OPAT and the post, got to be some, you know, it's obviously duplication of effort there, but there are strict timelines that we're going to have to meet. We're looking at staffing levels within the Internal Affairs Bureau itself. That's going to be a challenge, and you know, we're looking internally where those bodies are going to come from. But make no mistake, their workload is going to be increased exponentially because of this. But we're going to have to increase the staffing there because we have to meet these deadlines. You know, just it's part of that. But again, by having to report to two different entities, obviously that's creating a workload that it's going to fall, unfortunately, you know, squarely on Internal Affairs. So we are looking at that. I don't have an answer exactly how many right now, but you know, obviously we've been talking to the superintendent Dotton and Deputy Crispin about that, and you know, that's something as a department we're going to have to face and do. But as far as the training, I can let Superintendent Carter talk a little bit about the police reform and what that means to us in terms of training.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent and Chief and Superintendent Carter.
Okay, on, you know, as you know, the Boston Police, we have our academy classes. Our training goes like about 1,100 hours, and the MPTC, they only add for 800 hours. So our officers are obviously more trained than even the rest of the officers in the rest of the state. But with that said, with the new guidelines with the MPDC, we're going to have in-service training will be 40 hours every week, which we're already working on starting July 1st. We'll have we'll have it all up and running, and they're going to have MPTC has 24 hours that they're going to want us, all the officers in the department, to go through, and those are responding to mental health emergencies, de-escalation and use of force, cultural competency and mass gatherings, human trafficking, officer mental wellness, suicide prevention, critical incident stress management, and legal updates. But out of these, we have our own e-learning that we've been doing yearly anyway, so a lot of this is already covered. And with our curriculum in the academy, almost all of this is covered, and this is all online, and then they're going to have to come to the academy for 8 hours of ABLE training, which is active bystandership for law enforcement, which is an FIP training, fair and impartial policing, and then with the range. So we're ready to roll with all our new training that's involved in this with the post.
Oh, I'm very confident that you're ready to roll. I'm concerned about the number of officers that may be off the street in order to participate in this training. And the training is important for sure. And I appreciate and recognize that we do most of this training already on our own, and there may be a few added requirements because of the state reform. I'm most concerned about what implications it may have for coverage day to day in any one of our districts or through our specialized units.
Well, with this training, the 24 hours of it is going to be online training. So they'll be able to do that. And we're going to have it set up that every month there'll be so many officers doing the training. So everyone will be trained on a yearly basis. There'll only be one day that they're going to have to come to the police academy, which will be 1 8-hour shift that will most likely impact the street, because they'll be here at the academy.
And will this training be done on an overtime basis, or will this be done during a regular shift?
Well, I don't think we've worked all that out yet, but most of it it's set up in blocks, so it's different increments, and you're gonna have so much time, like we'll say like 30 days to get the 24 hours in. So whatever way we can work it out. I'm not sure if we're going to do it on overtime yet, but I don't think it will be.
I'm not sure if the chief had something else to add there. I just, want to make sure, obviously, I think it is of my opinion that we are very much understaffed as it is today. And I worry about, although, again, I want to be clear that I support the additional training for police officers, I do worry about the implications it has for coverage on our, thinking about our public facing and the responsiveness of the police department due to pulling some of the men and women of BPD from their regular shifts into this training. Just want to make sure that we've got a plan in place to do it all and do it all so that it does not interfere with the ability to serve the residents of the city of Boston. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do have questions for the next round.
Great, thank you, Councillor Asabi George. Next up is Councillor Flynn, and then it'll be Councillor Mejia. Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Councillor Bach, and thank you to Commissioner Long and the men and women of the Boston Police that are also here with us. One of my top priorities has been discussed, but is the impact COVID had on the police officers that were sick and out of work because of it. But Commissioner Long, my priority is how is their health and how is the health of their family. That's also an important part of this is making sure that our officers are healthy and health and wellness, and they get the medical care and the professional aftercare as well. That's a concern that I haven't heard recently, but I just want to see how are the officers doing, but also how are their families doing? How are their spouses doing?
So obviously, Council, you talked about it. COVID has had a huge impact on this department in a ton of different ways. And emotionally is one of them. As Superintendent Hassan, mentioned before, we did have an officer die, Fontanez, unfortunately. It was a huge loss for the department. And obviously affected a lot of different officers in his family. We have had multiple other officers that, like no other reason other than a miracle, survived that. And they too, them and their families psychologically have gone through a lot. The best way to answer that is, our peer support unit does a tremendous job reaching out to these officers, staying in touch with them and their families, and trying to get them the support that they need. Obviously there's a lot that goes on that, especially these officers that were that sick and they're that sick that they almost died. Psychologically, them and their families, that's a huge burden. And then you've had other officers that were extremely sick, and again, the mental anguish, the stress about whether they were going to give that to the families. But I guess my answer is our peer support unit is the primary component that deals with our officers. They do a really good job.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's good to hear that. Thank you for that response. That's an important comments that you made, and just as a way of background, after spending 25 years in the military and having a couple deployments, when people need their time off if they're exposed to, if they're hurt or if they're injured. I was exposed to, I'm part of a Gulf War registry. I was exposed to different things, but for me, it's not rushing people back to work. For me, it's getting the people back healthy and making sure that their family is healthy as well. So those are priorities I want to focus on, making sure we have enough money in the health and wellness program for the police. So thank you, Commissioner. And I also think that we're understaffed. I think about probably what do we lose through retirement? About 100 police officers a year. I think we need to hire several hundred police officers every year for the next 5 to 7 years to stay on top of this. I go to community meetings every single night. I'm in the neighborhood every single night. I don't take a day off. And residents ask me, they say, Councilor Flynn, I want more police protection. in South Boston and in the South End in Chinatown and Downtown Crossing. The Boston Garden area, which I represent, all those areas, they rely on the police, and they provide a critical service for our residents. I just want to make sure we have enough police. We need more police on the street. They play a critical role. I was out on Saturday night. I did a drive along with police officer at C6, Officer Lawton, woman of color who's an exceptional police officer. But how can we get more police if on the street if police officers are retiring 100 a year? Are we hiring enough in these classes, Commissioner?
Yeah, Council, next year, we have budgeted for 2 classes of 125, but I agree with you and your point. I think that has to be maintained over several years to be able to make up the difference of what we're seeing and the retirements that we're seeing and the pace that we've seen them and what we expect in the future. But I agree with you. I think, like I said, next year, 250. 250 are slated to be hired, but I think that needs to continue for the next several years.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. I talked to Captain Sweeney and Captain Boyle and Captain Ciolo at least once a week, and I'm always advocating for more police in my district, and they're outstanding police captains. How could I possibly vote to decrease a budget and then, on the other hand, ask for more police in my district? I guess my point is we need more police. My final question, Commissioner, the bike patrols in the South End are effective. I'd love to see the bike patrol do more work, more outreach in the city, and just the problem properties that we also have on loud noises. I know the police are responding to a lot of parties as well. What's our strategy with dealing with loud parties, motorbikes? These quality of life issues are critical. It's not always about a police presence or response, but what can we do on those two issues?
I think, I know the topic, it's been brought up, these dirt bikes, ATVs that we're seeing around the city. It's been proven effective in the past. It's a long-term approach to it. Our auto theft unit does a good job of that. Methodically, they investigate and they're able to confiscate a lot of those dirt bikes and ATVs that are either unregistered, clearly shouldn't be out in the city streets. And I think in the past you've seen it, and they're continuing to do that work. They're out there like every day through the weekend. They've done a very good job of over time mitigating the amount of dirt bikes and ATVs that you see out there through our media. BPD News. We've also put it out a couple different times. We're asking the community if they know where these illegal bikes are being stored, they call our tip line, and then we can use ordinances in order to confiscate them. And I think that has a serious effect on it. Last year alone, I know Sergeant Detective Humphreys, he testified in a meeting last week that his unit wrote over 3,000 citations, and that wasn't all traffic stops. He talked to them. There was different violations. He mailed in a lot of the citations, so there wasn't a lot of confrontation, and that really had an impact on that activity. And I think you're going to see that. You're going to see it decrease when we keep increasing some of the strategies that we now implement. Up in that area specifically, like last year, Franklin Park and Franklin Field, American Legion Highway. I can't say enough about the officers at B2 and B3, the captain and Deputy Cologne for the work that they did there. Police presence, combined with Sergeant Detective Humphreys did, it made an impact, and I think you'll see that again going forward. I know large parties are another problem, and I think, maybe increasing the fines. Typically it's with the owner of these houses, and they're the ones that get hit in the pocket. Typically that's when, you start seeing a change in behavior. But I think, the police, we show up, obviously, we're trying not a lot of these house parties. We go throughout the city. It doesn't matter where. I mean, you're dealing with a lot of people, and at times it's a very volatile situation. So our officers are trying to get through that, break the party up. But when you have repeat calls like that, I think fines. Typically when you hit people with fines, that has a way of changing that behavior.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Myself and Council Flaherty proposed increasing the fines. First offense, $1,000. Second offense, $2,000. Third offense, $3,000. So we hope to have a hearing on it soon. Council Block, I'm not sure if I have additional time.
I'm afraid that's your time, Councilor Flynn.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Council Block.
Councilor Mejia, and then it'll be Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Mejia.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to all for being here. Super excited to see Superintendent Nora Batson here, and hopefully she'll have an opportunity to say something while she's here. But anyways, I just have a few questions. So, I understand this whole understanding around the social, emotional, and mental well-being of our police officers, and I know that is something that we have heard a lot from our officers and their wives in particular. And so, if we know that this is an issue, I'm just curious about why the constant resistance towards reallocating resources towards prevention methods that we know will also help address some of the, at least get to the root cause of violence, more specifically investing in mental health and wellness, youth jobs, and things of that nature. So if we know that these strategies work, and then will also help alleviate some of the stressors that our police officers are dealing with, it just seems like a win-win, right? So just something for us to all think about here. But I'm here to ask some questions. Since we've been in office, we've heard about officers being charged with molestation and other incidences of crime. And so I'm just curious, what are we doing to fully audit our police force to ensure that no other police officers are out on our streets and guilty of crimes themselves? I'm also curious, Boston saw a rise in homicide rates in 2020, and Boston has the largest gap of unsolved homicides between white and Black victims. What is being done to actually address this? And what will be the return on investment if year after year, these homicides are still being unsolved? So I'm just curious about what the return on investment looks like and what are we actually doing around this issue. The next question is that the BPD data found that around 62% of FIO stops involved Black people in 2020. I would like to know what percentage of those stops were stop and frisk stops versus their white counterparts. And can you explain why 10% of the stop and frisk data is marked as missing? Then I do have a question around, could we get a dollar amount of how many funding is specifically going to BRIC? How much of that funding is going towards that versus general intelligence, quote unquote, and analysis funding? I'd like to know how many officers are currently sit on the federal task forces and what are those task forces? The BPD sent out a new transgender policy with some new guidelines for how to treat trans and gender nonconforming individuals. It says that the trans people need to be placed in holding cells that best align with their gender identity to the best extent possible. And my question is, what does to the extent possible actually mean? Can you guarantee that all trans individuals will be placed in cells that align with their gender identity? And that is enough for now.
Well, I'll try to answer the first couple, Counselor, and then maybe you could probably some other individuals on this could answer it. As far as what we're doing as far as auditing our offices, what I can say is, when officers, to get on the job, Recruit Investigations does a robust vetting process on each individual officer. By that, obviously, they interview the candidate themselves, neighbors, family, co-workers, schools that they've gone to try to get, a kind of a full picture, character picture of who that individual is. That being said, like every profession, I don't think we can predict what someone may or may not do when they get on the, later on when they're on the job, whether it's in their personal life. But what I can say is, if an officer does get themselves in trouble, we do get information on that and from a department, then, obviously, we'll investigate it fully. In terms of homicides, having been in the homicide unit myself, I can tell you that every homicide is investigated the same exact way. They are all provided the same amount of resources. How a case is solved is dependent upon many factors. A couple of the different factors are, where it took place, inside, outside, was it close contact, the physical evidence, biological evidence, forensic evidence that you have, you don't have. Most importantly, witness testimony is key also. So I can say every case is given the same amount of attention, no matter what the skin color. There just are varying factors that come into play. I think you asked on the FIOs, I think you were asking questions about the percentages. Now, the FIOs, we do post this on BPD News and Analyze Boston. And I think in 2020, I have the note, you're asking, so it's 33.7% of black FIO subjects were frisked and searched, compared to 28% white FIOs that were frisked and searched. What else do we have?
No, I said it was 62% of FIO.
No, that was 62% that were FIO, but I think then you broke it down within then how many of them were frisked. The 62% that comprised the total number of FIOs, but then within the 62% was how many were frisked, comparing black and white. But 62%, correct. That was the total number. Which I might add, the FIOs themselves, they've had an 81.6 decrease since 2008, and there's a 29% decrease in 2020 compared to 2019. So, the numbers in the last 12 or 13 years have decreased enormously.
So that means that more black people were stopped and frisked compared to white people?
That's correct.
I'm hearing that, right?
That's correct.
And so I see the gavel, Councillor Bach, and I'm sorry, but I just feel like there's still some questions that from my first round that have yet to be addressed. So can we just at least get one more, please? All right.
Go ahead, Councillor Mejia.
Okay, so can we just go back to the, can you just talk to me about the transgender policy?
What was your question on that again? I don't have the policy.
The BPD sent out a new transgender policy with some new guidelines for how to treat transgender and non-conforming individuals. And the question says that you would do so to the best extent possible. And I'm just curious, what does that mean? And can you guarantee that all trans individuals will be placed in cells that align with their gender identity?
And the second question is yes. And then to the best of ability, I think that all depends on the situation, what kind of information an officer is getting from the person that's in custody, when they're talking about what, gender preference. Does that answer the question?
Yeah. Oh my God, I have like 10 more other questions, but I'm going to go to round 2 for that. Don't worry. Thank you so much for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mejia. Yes, we'll definitely have a second round. Councillor Arroyo and then Councillor Baker. Councillor Arroyo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, those present today, for these questions. I'm going to jump right into them to try and keep the time there. But before I do, just one last thing on that final questioning there. There's a lot to be made about black and white stops on the FIOs, but just to be clear, included in the white characterization there in terms of the black-white numbers, that also includes people who are Latino, for instance, Latino, Hispanic descent in the white category?
Kelsey, you have to rephrase that. What?
So the FIO data that you released.
Yes.
Yeah, it has two categorizations, black and white. 60-something% black, 30-something% white.
Right.
Hidden in that white number, because I think most people assume white and then they don't think about the ethnicity that comes with that. In that white percentage of 30-something%, that's actually where white Hispanic origin descent is, correct?
No, I think this, if I'm reading correctly and understanding correctly, there's another category for Hispanic origin and not of Hispanic origin. Is that what you're?
No, you're not hearing me correctly. You have two separate things. So you have black and white, just the race, because those are races.
Yep.
And then underneath that, you have something else that breaks into the ethnicity, which is included in that white percentage is the Latino ethnicity, correct? So are you understand what I'm saying?
I'm not understanding you on that, no.
So when you fill out a census, for instance, I would be white Latino.
Okay.
And so what my understanding is of those numbers is actually if you include it to Black, Indigenous people of color who are of Latino descent, but would be categorized as white in terms of their race, they're actually included in that 30%, correct? So that 30% is not just straight white, Caucasian, European descent, correct?
Yeah, I don't know if I get the answer to that.
I'll answer it for you. The answer is no, it's not just white European descent. So now to get into the questions here. You have 3,066 total BPD personnel?
No.
I'm just looking at my budget book. It says you have 3,066 BPD personnel. So can you tell me if that's incorrect?
Yep, that's correct.
All right, great. How many of that personnel is sworn officer personnel?
So we have, total personnel is 2883.
Is that sworn police officer personnel?
2,055.
2,000, how many?
55.
So 2,055. So the other 1,011 are administrative civilian positions?
No, it would be, it would be 830. It would be 830 additional.
So 830 civilian?
Total civilian is 735.
All right, you're seeing where there's an issue here with how the numbers add up, right? So 735, 2,055 total sworn BPD personnel, 735 civilian.
So that 22,055 did not include the recruits, so total, including the recruits in the academy,
yep,
2148.
2148 total, including recruits, and then 735 is the civilian personnel?
Yep, which includes cadets, school traffic supervisors, and civilians, yep.
All right, and so there's still some difference there between 3,066, but I'm gonna just in the sake of the
I don't know where you get 3,066.
But that 3,066, Counselor, is at a certain point in time when the Office of Budget and Management prepared the council packet for you. I think some of those counts were as of January 1st. The count that Superintendent Hassan is providing to you right now is as of April 28th, I believe, 2021. So then that might be the delta between the 3,000 and the 2,883.
All right, so that gets us to 2,883 is the total right now?
As of April 28th.
All right, great. And then in that, there's 2,148. Some of those are academies, so we'll skip that right now. 2,148 sworn police officers. That means, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but let's just do this the easiest way possible. How many of those officers are assigned strictly to districts? Out of the 2,148, how many of those officers are assigned strictly to the districts? In other words, how many of those officers are at E18, E5, E3?
We understand. Superintendent McGoldrick can answer that question for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have about 1,363, give or take. There are some fluctuations with transfers and issues like that, but that's generally the latest data poll that we have.
1,363?
That's right.
And then you have a bicycle unit, correct?
That's right.
And how many officers are in the bicycle unit?
I think they're down to 28 now.
28 total?
That's right.
And then you have the youth strike task force?
Yes.
For the gang unit? How many people are in that?
Last count, they were somewhere around 46.
42.
What about the drug unit?
42.
How about the gang unit? Is that 42 the drug unit?
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the gang unit. Yeah.
Yep. So 42 for the gang unit, 28 for the bikes. How many for the drug unit?
Drug unit falls under investigative service. I don't have those numbers.
Okay, but that's a separate unit, correct? So that's separate and apart from people who are actually stationed at the districts full time?
No, they're a separate unit under BIS. They are generally assigned to the district. There is a small unit that works in headquarters, but generally they're staffed at the district level.
Okay, and so I'm just trying to distinguish here, just so folks understand what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to distinguish between which officers or how many officers we have specifically stationed at district units, which are at 1363, I believe is what we said. And then how many are part of these sort of citywide units that get pulled into different areas, which would be the youth strike task force, the bike unit. And if you don't mind just telling me what other units qualify in that sense, that they're pulled into other places, not counting the emergency deployment teams, which happen sort of, I think, day to day there.
So the emergency deployment teams are just district officers that are pulled out from their district.
That's exactly why. Yeah, I agree. I know. So that's why I said not counting them.
Yeah.
And I do see the gavel. So I'll just, as soon as I can figure out exactly how many of these citywide units we have, I'm happy to save the rest for second round.
Sure. So we have mobile operations patrol, the motorcycle unit under special operations. And we also have the K9 unit. Both of those I would consider patrol units. In addition to that, there's the explosive ordnance unit, which I would consider more technical, not necessarily patrol. We also have the harbor patrol, which I would consider patrol, but specialized.
And then I think there's a fugitive task force, correct?
Yes, that's also under the Bureau of Investigative Services.
Okay. And so is that the complete accounting bike gang unit or youth strike task force, motorcycle, K9, explosive, and harbor patrol?
We have a small commercial vehicle and hazardous materials unit of 4 people.
And is that more technical than patrol? Similar to
I would say it's patrol on the commercial vehicle side. They are out in the street conducting motor vehicle stops, just more targeted towards commercial vehicles, but I'd consider them a patrol unit as well.
Thank you. And I'll get into the rest of this for second round. I see the gavel, Kenzie. Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Arroyo. All right, next up is Councilor Baker and then Councilor Edwards. Councilor Baker.
Madam Chair, can I have Councilor Edwards go in front of me? I'm kind of in a little bit of a spot. I'd like to get someplace else to ask my question. So Councilor Edwards before me, if it's okay.
If she's ready and willing. Looks like it. Yes.
Thank you. And I'll be next.
Councilor Edwards. Yes, you have the floor.
Yep. All right. So a lot of what I had has been asked already. So I'm trying to pick through my questions to make sure I'm clear. And just for my clarification, I was in transit when OPAC came up. We understood that the budgeting and the infrastructure is not with BPD, right? Okay, thank you. All right, so I'll just take those off. Now, I had a quick question about, I saw in the budget $1 million investment for racial training and equity training as part of the task force recommendations as a response. Could someone just break down what that $1 million is going towards?
Yeah, that's for the OPAC for them to decide. We're not part of that discussion.
The $1 million for racial training and equity training from the task force recommendations for BPD.
Racial, okay. Okay, because they're not right here. OPAC training recommendations. Yeah, $1 million. That's what they use it to fund that office.
I don't think the $1 million is for OPAT to get the training. I think it's for BPD to get the training.
Yeah, I think what that is when the city, the OPAT's working on that, when they come up with diversity, inclusion, equity training, then that's what it's going to be used for. And obviously, that'll be department wide. So as far as breaking down what the cost will be at this time, I can't give that to you because I don't have what the training is going to look like at this moment, but I would envision that $1 million is going to be to try to get that out department wide, when that occurs.
It would be really helpful, I think, for us to be able to explain how that $1 million is going to be spent. I think due to the atmosphere in right now, and I think in many cases, the goal of BPD to continue to have the trust, earn the trust, and increase the trust of the people of Boston, to show a robust excitement and plan for that $1 million would be helpful, maybe before the end of the budget cycle, about what you plan on doing. It was a recommendation from a task force that was put together in response, to the moment and the time, and trying to help us build a lasting infrastructure. So I'll just add that as it would be great to see that kind of vision and excitement for that training. And then there's, I think, $1.75 million investment in health and human service to coordinate with the police community and stakeholders. There's a pilot plan for implementation, shifting mental health calls from BPD to health and human services. So how do you see that $1.75 million working?
Yeah. Yeah, that is not in our budget, Councilor, but as far as the pilot program, where currently we have a steering committee with several department heads, agency heads, and we're trying to, cipher through all the information and come up with the best way to proceed in Boston. So we're looking at multiple cities, how they've implemented these types of programs, and we're going to try to meld it to the idiosyncrasies of our particular city. And we have quite a few people on that committee, and it's just starting to formulate, it's just starting to gel now. So we can't give you any definitive answers on what it's going to look like. We do have a time frame, 90 to 120 days for implementation. But like I said, we have several high-level city hall staffers and agency heads working on this.
And did you say what? How many months?
No, 90 to 120 days.
90 to 120 days. All right. So would that be? No, our budget cycle would be over then, Councilor Bach?
Yeah, so my understanding is that, am I right, the 90 to 120 windows started when, the mayor made that announcement maybe a couple days before the budget came out in early April, am I right?
Correct, yep, so right. Bring it to about the end of July, somewhere either July or August.
Right, so that's when the sort of, when it's due by, but I would say, Councilor Edwards, that to your point, obviously the $1.75 million authorization is in the HHS proposed budget that we're being asked to vote on. So I think it's fair that the council wants some definition of this program before the end of June. And certainly I think it'll come up in we actually added the Office of HHS explicitly to the hearing with EMS and BPHC because of this additional investment. So we'll definitely circle back to them on it too. But I feel like if there are questions related to the police department collaboration that you want to ask, you should feel free.
Yeah, and the other thing, Councilor, we're not the lead agency, we're just one of the participants.
Yeah, but I think no one's debating that. I think that, again, and demonstrating transparency and accountability that we as counselors have been asked to have with folks, and also just being consistent with what I've written about in an op-ed, and also filed legislation about with Councilors Wu and Councilor Mejia, looking at alternative forms of policing outright, just creating it. And then here in response, or in total just doing their own whatever, comes this line item and this funding specifically to kind of do something else. I like it. Does it mean that the legislation isn't warranted? Does it mean that we're starting something new? What does it do? Would be helpful to help inform potential legislation that we're looking at. So that the details of these things, and I think for those of us who are trying and working and building bridges, which it's all of my colleagues. I'm not trying to separate my colleagues. These points, when BPD is particularly criticized on race, on overreaction, on all of these different things, and here comes these line items that are supposedly dealing with the training and race, dealing with alternative forms of dealing with all of those things. When these happen and we don't have the details to bring back to our community, it's hard to say BPD is committed to that. I know you have the gavel up, but you let some people go a little bit over, Councilor Buck. So I just want that to be clear. This is your time to shine. This is your time to break it down, like how committed you are and how you vision a more racially equitable and what the training would look like, and that you're excited about those things. This would be the wins as far as I'm concerned, for you to break down what you want to do. And so not knowing what you want to do or not having quite yet a plan for it isn't helpful. I'll say that.
Like this, like many other issues, we heard the council, we heard the citizens, and like many other issues, we are in complete agreement, 100% agreement with you and the council in this particular area. So,
and Councilor, I could sit here and list some of the things that we've already done. Okay, in terms of that money, in formulating training, we'll work with the mayor's equity office. So some of that training, again, like I said, I can't answer your question in terms of that money and what it's going to go to at this moment. I can list off all the things that we've done in terms of police reform, but I don't think there's anybody taking it as serious as we are, right? If you want me, I know last Thursday or Friday, we sent over to the council all the things that we've done, with steps that we've taken in terms of police reform so far.
I think, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate that information. This was specifically about two line items then, $1 million and the 1.75. So I wanted that. And then I did get a check-in from a constituent specifically about, I have been asked publicly this question, and I didn't have an answer to it. And it was specifically about whether, I think it's Sergeant Clifton McHale was back working in the field, back working for BPD. And I didn't have an answer. This was in Browdy, so I'm asking this question: where is he currently right now? What's he doing for BPD if he's working? This I understand he was caught.
Well, he's council, just so he's not currently working. He is on admin leave.
So he is in fact on admin leave and assigned to desk duty.
Yeah,
okay.
Sorry. Yeah, he's working. He's assigned to desk duty. That's correct. Yeah, admin duties. He's assigned to admin duties. So he's inside. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll wait until the next round. Councilor Bach.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilor Edwards. And yes, when I put the gavel up, people still have 90 seconds. So there's some grace after that. All right. Next up is Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker, are you in a better place?
I am. Hello.
We can hear you, Councilor Baker.
Hello. There you go. Hi. Sorry about that, everyone. Thank you for having the hearing, and thank everyone for their time. I want to just reiterate a little bit of what.
Councilor Baker? I think we just lost him. 1 second. One second while we try to bring Councilor Baker back. Joys of Zoom hearings. I see that just while we're waiting on Councilor Baker to come back, I had, 1 second. Councilor Baker says he's here, but I don't see him. Councilor Baker, are you in? Oh, there you are. Okay, great. All right, he's back. Sorry about that, everyone. Councilor Baker, you have the floor again. And then we'll go to Councilor Wu. Councilor Baker, you're muted.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank everybody for their time. I'm sorry that I'm bouncing around here. I would like to reiterate a little bit of what Councilors Flaherty and Flynn were saying. I think if we're going to talk about overtime, honestly, we need to talk about adding 200, 300, potentially 400 police officers. And also what I'd like to get a sense of, if we have 2,055 sworn officers now, in our height, and not going back to the 40s, 50s, 60s, like 90s to now, what was our highest amount of officer, like highest amount of officer would have? What would be a sweet spot for us? And maybe this one's for you, Commissioner. I'm not really sure. Like, where would you feel comfortably staffed?
Hey, Councilor, I think, I'd say a couple hundred more than we have right now.
Yeah.
I think, as about like a year and a half ago, I think we were over 2,300 at that point. But, like we talked about earlier in this hearing, that, the retirements are continuing, and we expect a lot more in the future. So again, to be able to keep up with that, we have to, obviously keep putting classes in, but, I think, like I said, we're down 2,300 from about less than.
Yeah, so is adding 125 in the classes over the next couple of years, is that going to be enough? And out of those 125, how many do we expect to, like, out of the 112, how many will actually graduate and become police officers?
I don't know. So generally, Councilor, so we currently put in the last two classes, we put in 110 each. And I think this class, we're going to have 93 graduate. And I think it was a similar number on the other class. So that's about a 17 number dropout rate on that. So if we bring that up to the 125, so maybe we could get maybe 105 out of that 125.
Yeah, but if you have 200 plus leaving, we're never going to catch up with those numbers, correct?
Yeah, no, we're not going to catch up. No, we'd have to put more classes on.
Okay, we can move on from there. Can I have one of the biggest things that I see in the future of Boston is the disaster that we call mass and cast right now. I don't think someone that's been dealing with it for my entire time on the council here, I totally feel like I'm on a treadmill. And I don't feel like anything is happening at all. And that's no bad words against the police department. I see it all just getting worse. And we were, I think, making some moves, some good strides, probably pre-COVID. Everything seems to be pre-COVID, but we had the encampment policy that we're following through that Peter Messina was working on. But it doesn't seem, I'm not sure we're doing that anymore. So can we talk about Peter's group a little bit? How many, and if it's okay, if I can have Peter speak, or I don't know if somebody else wants to speak. Peter, how many people do you have now? And congratulations on being made superintendent. How many people do you have now? What is slated for the new budget, and what do your resources look like?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. So currently in the unit, we have 9 patrol officers, 1 sergeant, and myself. So it is important to note, especially at a budget hearing, that we're not utilizing, outside of the cost of personnel on just paying the salaries of personnel, we're not utilizing any city overtime or anything above what we're allocated through grant funds. And what
So you just, Peter, is that, so you have 11 people, is that 1 shift, is that 2 shifts, what is that, what do you cover there?
How I have it broken down is I have 5 officers on the day shift and 4 officers on the evening shift.
So evening being 4 to 11?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we have most of the day covered. But outreach, are you all down Mass and Cass? I mean, are you into Lower Roxbury and Edward Everett Square and Andrews Square now?
How it works right now, so we're a citywide unit, and I have the officers. So how I have it broken up is Mass and Cass is our primary jurisdiction. The jurisdiction of Mass and Cass is 3/4 mile radius from the intersection of Mass and Melmere. That encompasses Lower Roxbury, the South End, along with South Bay Mall and different parts of C6. So that's our primary location. So every day we're down there every morning and every evening dealing with individuals, doing outreach to individuals in encampments, whether it be in the New Market Square area or the Clifford Park area and Atkinson Street. However, we are responding to different 311 complaints and complaints for emotionally disturbed persons, Section 12, Section 35, citywide. So we are the subject matter experts for the Boston Police Department of handling all these calls for service, whether it be in Hyde Park, Brighton, or East Boston.
And are your offices, the 11 people, are any of those stationed in districts?
No, we're all centralized under the Office of the Police Commissioner.
So where do you go to work in the morning?
We've had different locations. Our current location is 725 Mass Ave, down right in the center of Mass and Cass. So we have a small office over there till July 1st, and then after that, we're going to figure it out.
Okay, I had a large property owner call me and make an offer to the police department about someplace you guys can go into an office. And what I'd like to see, someone had talked earlier about, and I think it was you, Peter, what separating out calls, knowing when they're going to need to be co-handled. I don't know what the word to use, co-response. So that co-response that we have, mental health care professionals paired on with police. I'm assuming that 100% of that is going to be going through your unit, or that second part, it's best team clinicians or whoever they are for clinicians with a police officer from your squad.
No, so ideally, how it's going to work is all these officers to be 2 assigned to each area. So pretty much every district's going to either have 1 or 2 officers assigned to that district. My unit will handle the higher level calls to service. So if we have significant events, I mean, there's different events that happen throughout the city. We're all aware of it. They're all media-worthy events that have happened the past 10 years. My officers will be the ones working with those individuals, hopefully prior to the event happening. So at a district level, a co-response officer and a clinician go to a call. If they can't handle that call because of the severity of the situation, we will follow to that call. So we will be handling the higher level calls.
So, I mean, I would advocate just looking at this. If this is the way we're going to potentially look at policing moving forward, why aren't we looking at, and this is more suggestion, why aren't we looking at the outreach team, your team, in the same way that we look at the gang unit or the drug squad, and expanding your role, expanding your people, give you a place to set up shop. I mean, maybe we'll turn that to the commissioner. Commissioner, would that be something that we could have a discussion on moving forward? Because that's going to be my ask in the budget is let's beef up this outreach team as much as we possibly can, because I think I know I need the help down in Mass and Cass. It's getting out of control. Is that something that brass would be open to?
Yeah, Council, absolutely. Everything's open for discussion. I do want to say, obviously the street outreach team was beefed up in the last couple of months. So the department, obviously recognizes its importance and how valuable they are. So we have already added resources here, but yeah, in terms of discussion of expanding it, yeah, absolutely would be willing to talk about that.
Right. Yeah, I'd like to do that. And Kenzie, let me just ask one more thing about encampment protocol. Peter, Are we still doing the encampment protocol, or has that been taken away from us? And will you just explain what that is? There's a guy, he looks like he must be holding the events down in Mass and Cass, because he's got like a 15-person tent set up right on the street there. So are we still doing that protocol, and can you give us a little bit on it? And that'll be my last until next time. You're on mute, Peter.
You're muted.
Sorry about that. Yes, we are still doing that, but the 72-hour protocol, the Boston Police Department's no longer the lead on dealing with encampments. We're third tier in a 4-tier system. So initially, the call or a 311 complaint comes in for an encampment. That encampment is visited by the Office of Recovery Services. They offer treatment and services. At that point, we'll be sending Pine Street down there as well. But initially, I'm sorry, going back to this really quick, Office of Recovery Services and the I&E team to basically post a notice to the encampment they have 72 hours to leave. That encampment is revisited again by Office of Recovery Services along with my team to offer outreach. That's the second tier. Third tier, it's met with us providing final notice that they can no longer stay at this location. And the fourth tier is actual removal. More times than not, after the third tier, after my team is involved, the individuals pack up and they leave the area. But the problem I have is a lot of these individuals that are chronically homeless, they set back up again in the similar areas. So we're dealing with the same people over and over and over again.
So Office of Recovery Services, then 72 hours, you go back with the
Once the 311 complaint comes into the system, the I&E team, along with the Office of Recovery Services, go out there and engage the individuals.
And was that a flip-flop from what we did first? Were you guys involved in the first interaction in the previous protocol?
There was no protocol at all. So we really, I mean, yes, the Boston Police Department would engage this individual. There was never any protocol in place.
Okay, thank you. I'll hang around till next. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Wu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to be here. I have two quick follow-ups and then hopefully just two new ones. So just going back to what was discussed at the very beginning of the hearing when it comes to vaccination. So just to understand what percentage of BPD officers or sort of employees overall are vaccinated at this point?
Yeah, Councilor, we have, to the best of our knowledge, 52% that went through a city-endorsed program, but many employees went on their own and got vaccinated, either the Foxborough or the personal physicians or any number of other organizations that offered the first responders. So we don't
thank you. I did hear that earlier, and so I was just wondering if there was a follow-up where is it possible just even to start by asking everyone else or everyone across the board to report if they have been vaccinated, just so we have a clearer understanding of, does that boost it to 80%? Does that boost it to 60% as we're thinking about policies for the city and particularly for first responders?
Where, due to the HIPAA laws, they're not required to report that to us.
Okay, I will follow up on that separately, but that's interesting to note. Okay, and then just following up on Councillor Baker's questions, particularly when it comes to the co-response and thinking about the new pilot that was announced in this budget cycle for non-violent crisis response. What will be BPD's role in that? I know HHS and Health Commission will likely be very, very involved. Is there a piece about training the initial 911 operators to, how exactly are you all going to be sort of managing and facilitating this pilot?
Well, we're an active participant, and so, again, we're not the lead agency. As far as any proposed changes, we'll be able to make some changes in the training, whether it's at 911, we can access some state grants to train the initial call takers. It's really hard to say because we don't know if it's what it's going to look like. Is it going to look like, it'll go from the call taker to EMS to the best team clinician, or so we're trying to work all that out right now, Council.
Got it. And then in terms of just the data from the 911 calls that have been coming in and those that have been sort of categorized as medical incidents, could you share some data? It doesn't have to be right this second. If you have it, that'd be great. But even following up on what percentage of these led to hospitalizations or different outcomes?
Council, we don't have that right at this moment. You know, we can contact EMS and we can get that data to you for the next couple of weeks, if that's okay.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. And then my last batch of questions is just thinking about personnel and staffing and particularly more administrative work. So I'm curious to see if do you have numbers on how many sworn personnel are working on the detail desk or time and attendance desk or other kind of more administrative functions?
So,
Yep, we do. Go ahead, Lisa.
so with respect to officers working in the districts for details, we have 18 officers throughout the districts on the details. And we also have another 9 additional officers that work the paid detail unit. With respect to the time clerks in the districts, we have 28 in total time clerks working in the districts.
And so these are roles that are full-time on this, managing the detail assignments or keeping track of time, or are there some places where folks get pulled into, what one might think of as more traditional, beat work, or is it mostly administrative throughout that full-time position?
Yeah, I'm not really sure the question you're asking.
Let's ask those positions full-time.
Those are full-time positions and they're contractually necessary. So, they're full-time. Yep.
Are there any other, besides those 2 categories, are there other contractual positions that are full-time where sworn personnel are in more administrative functions?
There are, not off the top of my head, but there are some that aren't contractually obligated, like the, for instance, the evidence unit. So we have, but you need police officers down there because they handle drug evidence or firearms, but those aren't. So beyond that, I don't know if it would be contractually obligated. There's a couple other instances extremely beneficial that they're offices, but not necessarily contractually obligated, which is like the ISG or something like that, because they get out there and work with the officers in developing technology that they find beneficial. So there's only a couple there, not a lot of movement there. So.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you to my colleagues for great questions beforehand, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for taking the time to answer my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Wu. So in a moment, I'm gonna do my questions and we'll do the next round. But because we've passed the 2-hour mark, I am gonna take the first 3 people on my public testimony list because I've got quite a long public testimony list and we're keeping a number of these folks waiting a long time. So I'm gonna take 3 public testimony. Before I do, I wanna give the department my questions for the next round so that if you have to look anything up, you can do that. And they're all things that from the request that I sent over. So one is an immediate dovetail with Councillor Wu's question, which is that back in last July, when we had the slides from the department, you put up kind of a description of about 100 sort of positions being done by sworn officers that we could look at long-term civilianization of. And so that's related to what Councillor Wu was asking about, but what I really want to know about is sort of what, if any, progress have we made towards civilianizing some of those roles? What's the proportion of them? It sounds like about half of them maybe are contractually obligated in terms of the detail desk Sorry, I just blanked on the other category, but just would love to understand what, if any, progress we've made towards civilianization kind of systemically, and what we need to do, and what's contract side and what's management's discretion. And then our FY21 and 22 requests for information that we got from you have a different number of officers out on paid administrative leave for the year that are in the numbers that were given by the department to BU researchers recently. And so that discrepancy was brought to my attention, and I just would love to understand. So I think specifically for last year, it said 9 on RFI, and I think it says like 21 in the BU data, but would just love to understand what's going on there. And then the third thing is swinging back to this question about the alternative response. I understand that the design is very much up in the air. I certainly hope that in that 90 to 120 days, there's going to be serious consultation with community groups and others outside of that immediate circle. And we in my office have done a bunch of research into what's going on in other cities and how to think about it. And so I have a bunch of questions that I'm happy to defer to HHS, but I want to ask specifically about dispatch, because it seems when we talk to some of the other cities that the structure of our dispatch may affect how easy or hard it is to integrate an alternate non-police response in. So I would just love to understand, do we do all of our dispatch in-house? Is any of it contracted out? Is the in-house all done by all or partly, or not at all, but I think it is at least partly done by sworn officers? Because it seems like to the extent that our dispatch is a police function, that's gonna have to be integrated with the department. So those are my 3 things I'd love to understand after I take just these first 3 public testimony, sort of the nature of dispatch and what involvement we'd have to have in that alternate response change in protocol, where we are in civilianization, and what's going on with the discrepancy on the administrative leave numbers between 9 versus 21 for the last year. So the department can do a little bit of research on that. I'll just take the first 3 folks on my list so that we at least get a little bit of public voice in. The first one on my list is Fatima Ahmed from the Muslim Justice League. And then it'll be Lauren and then Dawn. So I'm just gonna let you all in. And to counselors, I am sorry to keep you waiting, but I think, we're also keeping, got north of 20 folks here waiting as well. So I wanna be considerate on both sides. Fatima, you have the floor.
Awesome, thank you. And really appreciate you, Councillor Bach, for having a few of us speak now 2 hours in. And also really appreciate all of the councillors, questions about this budget. I know many of you heard from me last year and last time around and might be wondering, like, what more is she going to say about this? And yet in the past year, we've seen from the Boston Police Department scandal after scandal, right? And it's not just the usual scandals of racial disparities in stop and frisk and FIOs and the gang database. It's not just the usual, monitoring of social media or flying drones over people's neighborhoods. But we're talking about, leadership of the Boston Police Department committing, acts of violence against children specifically. That's not the only, I think, allegation that has come out, but that might be the one that most folks know about. And also being protected by other officers for that. The other thing that has changed in the past year is now we have so much more community engagement in the budgeting process, right? Since last year, thousands of people demanded a cut to the Boston Police Department budget. And beyond that, right, people want participatory budgeting. People really want funding to go to the resources that we actually need that support our communities. And like one of the officers said earlier, when, for example, someone's in a mental health crisis, you want de-escalation, right? Not use of force. And there are real solutions that we know actually work for addressing violence that folks have advocated for. And yet you still have the BPD, you know, avoiding answering questions about minimum staffing levels, how overtime actually functions, and many of the questions that have been repeated time and time again, you know, every budget season. So, you know, for me, it's just like wildly disrespectful that we would consider continuing to approve a $400 million budget for the BPD again, and thinking about hiring even more officers, which I believe is part of the current plans for this budget, and as a supposed solution to overtime. Although I think Lauren from the ACLU will speak to how we know that's not a solution, and it hasn't been, you know, a solution in the past to the budget for BPD. And so I, you know, and many other folks who have been advocating for this want to see, again, a cut to the Boston Police budget and funding move towards community resources, right? Community-led alternatives. I think there have been moves in the past that have been made without actually, you know, talking to communities and getting community support. But we want to see beyond that cut. You know, we want to see a hiring freeze. Why are we even considering hiring more police officers? If you know, just think about the racial disparities that we're talking about. These kinds of things have to be addressed before we can continue to, you know, expand the power of the Boston Police Department. So that, I think, is, you know, the main new thing that you're going to hear from me and many other folks and many of our organizations this year. If, you know, BPD can't even explain their minimum staffing levels and how overtime functions and provide really clear, you know, budgeting details around BRIC and other departments, then not only do we need to cut funding from overtime, we need to cut from beyond that and implement a hiring freeze. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Fatima. Next up, Lauren, and then Dawn. Lauren Chambers.
Yes, thanks so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, and I actually have some slides which I'm hoping to share. So can you see these okay?
Yes, I just have to ask you to keep it just brief, just because of the.
Of course. Oh no, I've timed myself. I'll be quick. Don't worry. So good afternoon, everybody, and thanks so much for the invitation to contribute today. Again, 2 hours in. Thank you so much to Fatima and others at MJL for your leadership on this issue. I'm the staff technologist at ACLU of Massachusetts, and today I'm here to keep it, you know, simple and urge the council to reject the proposed budget that Mayor Janey sent down because of its unacceptable allocation to the BPD. I've got 3 quick reasons why you should do so, informed by our recent Data for Justice analysis. So firstly, the proposed budget deceitfully proposes new hires as a fix to the OT problem when it isn't that fix at all. So Mayor Janey proposes adding new hires to the BPD as a solution to extreme spending. But historical data from the city of Boston, which I'm showing here, provides no evidence that increasing the size of the police force actually reduces OT. On the contrary, in many years, as you can see here in 2014, 2017, and 2020, larger forces coincided with more OT spending. And so we have no reason to believe that hiring more police officers will lead to less OT spending. We have, you know, just as much reason to see it could lead to greater costs. And additionally, we don't understand enough about how staffing is currently managed to make any sort of evidence-based claims about how adding more officers might affect the budget. So as we saw today, Superintendent McGoldrick said that there isn't a formal formula for how that's currently done. It seems to be a sort of room where it happens process where it's very informal. As Councilor Arroyo said around this issue in an article last week, quote, "I don't know how anyone could say we need more officers without knowing what formula we already use for staffing," end quote. So I will just +1 that and agree that maybe we need the council to require that the police do use a, you know, formal formula to determine staffing in order to get this under control. My second point is that the proposed budget relies on overtime cuts that are currently unenforceable. So Mayor Janey's proposed budget would cut, as we know, 5 million more from the OT budget, coming down to 22 less than what we're currently projected to hit for fiscal year 21. But as the past year has taught us, because the city currently chooses not to enforce allocation limits for spending on OT within the police department, BPD chronically overspends. And that's what we're seeing this year. So as Councillor Campbell commented about an hour and a half ago, if the BPD failed to actualize a $12 million overtime cut during a year when sports stadiums were empty and most events went virtual, why would we expect them to actualize a $22 million cut in post-pandemic Boston? So relying on this allocation is unrealistic and also unserious. As long as this loophole exists, all other city initiatives will be hampered by BPD overspending every single year. And then thirdly, and most importantly, the proposed budget completely fails to divest from non-overtime police funding. So we spent a lot of time today focusing on the specifics of the overtime question, but if we're limiting our discussion of Boston police budgeting to the question of overtime, we're doing the city of Boston a major disservice to the tune of $355 million allocated for non-overtime spending, which is largely untouched in this proposed budget. So our primary concern at the ACLU with this budget is that it's more of the same. As we know, budgets are moral documents. This budget provides resources for policing to address all sorts of social issues that we know would be better dispatched to community organizations, public health workers, and would be better addressed by allocating resources instead of to the BPD to initiatives that support basic human needs like housing and retirement. This proposed budget does not reflect any effort to reduce BRIC funding, move towards pay equity with other city employees, cut spending on military equipment, civilianize traffic enforcement, reduce funds to the gang unit, or any other recommendation that the City Council has seen from advocates and community groups over the course of the past year and past decades. These are policy changes that are integral to any meaningful commitment to police reimagining and racial justice in Boston, but they're not in this budget. In comments to the press, BPPA President Larry Calderon recently lamented that police are being asked to do more with less. And he's right, so the City of Boston should ask the police to do less and make corresponding budgetary decisions that shift responsibility for community safety and well-being away from police and towards non-punitive initiatives. So for all these reasons and others, ACLUM joins in calling for the council to reject this recommended budget and instead to divest substantially from policing, reinvest in Boston's communities, and shrink the size and scope of policing in Boston rather than expanding both of those things with new hires. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Lauren. And then lastly, we will go to Dawn and then back to councilor questions. Dawn?
Hi, everybody. I'm Dawn. Thank you for having us today and letting us speak early after 2 hours of waiting. I appreciate that. But my name is Dawn Young. I live in Cambridge. I'm a member of Families for Justice as Healing and the National Council of Incarcerated and Formerly Incarcerated Women and Girls. I am an abolitionist, believing police are never the answer for our communities. BPD has impacted, harmed, and threatened our community on a regular basis. My 3 Black sons have been racially profiled all too often under the disguise of training and experience. An example, a Black father is outside waiting for his son to arrive. When he arrives, they exchange hugs, they talk, maybe money is transferred. Police see this and they approach the son and the father, harass them. Now they have to explain who they are, where they live, and what they're doing there. This almost never happens in another neighborhood, in other communities. I refuse to believe adding more cops makes our community safer. In fact, it harms us further. We cannot continue to allow BPD or any other entity to harass or profile our Black and brown men and women. Giving $4 million for a police budget is ridiculous. Instead of continuing to spend public monies for police, shift monies back into our communities for housing, food access, arts, recovery, intervention, healing, and let it be run by Black and brown people who experience the harm. We need to address the root causes of violence. Cops cannot do this with a racist attitude. Defunding the police means reinvesting into our communities. Excuse me. If the mayor's office does not agree to decrease, shrink spending and shrink the roles and responsibilities of the PPD, I demand the City Council to vote no on the 2022 budget. I do have a few questions, but everybody answered those questions already. It was about, you know, the cuts, the hiring, a hiring freeze. Would you be willing to do that? Do you want to, could you like maybe have a cap on regular overtime and just overtime pay for BPD? And what cuts for BPD are you committed to? And I thank you for that, allowing me to speak.
Great. Thank you so much, Dawn, for your testimony. All right, and now, and we will have more public testimony. I see the many folks waiting. Thank you for your patience. It's obviously a balancing act between the questions the counselors have and the public's voice as well. So back to BPD, if you've got any answers to those questions that I posed before the public testimony.
We have some answers, yes. What was the first one, Counselor? 100 positions.
Yeah. We mentioned back in July that we potentially might have up to.
Yeah, so, yeah, we didn't make any progress because those positions were needed to continue to be filled because of the civilian workforce. Most of them were at home, and the officers needed to be utilized to keep moving. So we weren't able to look at any of those positions being moved at that time. We're hoping in the future we can take a look at that through contract negotiations and get some movement there. So that's about where we are with that one. So the admin leave, I don't know where you got that number 9 or the 21. I spoke to the human resource director, and she thinks that we don't really know where you got the 9. We thought the 21, maybe they gave you, that was just for that year, not cumulatively, but I want to give you the numbers, the actual numbers. So fiscal year 19, there were 15. Fiscal year 20, there were 18. In fiscal year 21, there were 6. Some of those people have returned to work, some have retired, but we currently have on paid admin leave 17. That's where we are with that. And then the third question was
dispatches in-house, contract outside.
Okay, so in terms of the alternative policing, the dispatches. So again, we're trying to negotiate, work that alternative policing out. There's a couple of different ways we can go. Whether, like, some cities use an alternative number, 311, or I think one city used some other number, I'm not really sure, but we could go that route, or our dispatch is capable of handling this additional task with the right training. And so we've been in contact with the state. They do have some great grant funding that we could utilize to train out call takers. And as far as most of them, or all of them, are civilians up in the call taking and dispatching. If there's an extreme shortage, we do have some officers that are trained. We do backfill using, as a last resort, these officers. But yeah, I think we're, depending on which route we go, we'll be able to handle that in conjunction with, the EMS and the fire, because all 911 calls come through the Boston Police Operations Division. So.
Okay, all right, well, it's helpful to understand those are civilians taking those calls right now. It certainly seems to me like the only way this triage is really going to send things to an alternative is if it comes through 911. I just think it's hard to get the public to learn another number.
That's what we talked about at those at the steering committee, Councilor. Exactly, those are some of the obstacles. So we're trying to work it all out.
Councilor, what's important to note is that the BEST team is not just a co-response team. The BEST team also has an 800 number, and they have mobile clinicians that respond to these calls. That 800 number, for everybody that on the call to know it, 800-981-4357. It's a helpline. So 4357 is help. This has been in existence for a very long time. These mobile clinicians consistently go out on their own to civilianized response, and they handle these calls that come into that helpline without the police, mind you.
Great. No, thank you. And do you want to say that number one more time, Deputy Superintendent?
Yep, it's 1-800-981-HELP, which is 4357, the last 4 digits.
Great. No, that's great.
And just to note, this alternative response model that we're dealing with, we dealt with it, we're meeting weekly on it. And one thing that's important to note is that all the players now are, about 2 weeks ago, we're all now at the table. And these players consist of the best team and operations, along with Boston Public Health Commission and varying agencies throughout the city right now.
Great. No, and I just think, I think that, you know, there's a lot of good thinking about what this could look like that a bunch of people in the city have been doing, including on the community side, some of the counselors' offices. So I just think, you know, there needs to be some opportunity to take in input from a bunch of other places as well.
And we fully support it. I think it's a fantastic thing, to be totally honest with you. But I just caution against knee-jerk reaction and rushing to get this plan rolled out.
And just on the paid administrative leave, it's on slide 9 of the request for information that the response that the department sent to us for FY22 is the report that there are 9 officers on paid administrative leave for FY21 through March. So I don't know where the discrepancy is coming from, but that's something that I'm getting from a document that came from your all department. So if we could maybe just do some digging into where that came from and figure it out.
Council is the actual number. So.
Counselor, I'll work with my analyst over at OBM so that we can reconcile the delta.
Yeah, that'd be great, just so that we know that, you know, because obviously we count on that stuff. And I think the number you gave me was consistent with the one that the BU folks had gotten through their request. So just want to make sure that we're not getting at cross purposes. And on the civilianization, again, this can be a follow-up, but just, I understand not making, like you haven't made progress this year, really understanding what's the proportion of these that require contract change, where could there be changes from a management side? I think the council could use the information about kind of where that all stands. So would love to have that written down. I am going to go next back to counselors. So I believe first up is Councillor Campbell.
I'll be quick, Councillor Bach. Frankly, just a little disappointed because we sent, I don't know, 40 questions or something like that. Clearly, we'd be here all night long if we were asking, going through each one. So I'll just request again, if we could get specific responses to those questions. Many came from the folks in the public who don't have the opportunity to be able to participate in these council hearings in the middle of the day. So would like to re-up that, including an information request, which is a list of all the units, or breakdown, I should say, of all the units in the department, the number of officers in those departments, and if this exists, the racial and gender breakdown for each of those units. If we could add that, I think it was in there, but just in case it wasn't. And then I'm going to give my time to the public, who's clearly waiting to testify. But I can't stress it enough. It seems like every budget cycle we send questions, but we don't necessarily get a specific response. These questions aren't just, you know, me sitting in a room creating these questions. Many of them come from folks who want to participate but can't. And some is just basic information that they're asking for. And then I'll give my time to the public who's clearly waiting. Lastly, I'll just flag Harvard Kennedy School just came out calling for applications, I think funding as well, for an alternative 911 response, which I think Peter and his incredible team probably are aware of, but I just wanted to flag that, hoping, of course, that the city of Boston applies. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Campbell. And yes, we will be following up for answers to all of the questions. More on that in a bit. Councillor Flaherty, and then it'll be Councillor Braden and then Asabi George. Councillor.
Any time I have left, I give to the public.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Oh yeah, there's not much, but there is a little bit. So we'll hasten. We're going to hasten towards that. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll do the same. I'll be brief so that the public can testify. A couple things, just was curious to see how the transition to the new records management system is going, and also maybe get a sort of a status update and the overall condition of our police stations and our equipment, the vehicles, et cetera. So obviously this is the budget time, so this is an opportunity for our police to let us know what, if anything, they need or they're lacking. We want to make sure that we're giving them the tools that they need to do the job to keep our city and our neighborhoods safe. So, so maybe a status update with respect to the condition of our police stations as well as equipment. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. So, Councilor, thank you. Yeah, the RMS is, we're still working out some of the issues. We're trying to update some crash reporting. We're trying to include some use of force reporting. We're going to try to include a public-facing dashboard so that it will be posted on the BPD news. So it's actually going pretty good. All the little obstacles that were in the way, we've managed to, overcome them. So as far as the vehicles, we're doing well there. The buildings, we have A7 being currently under construction, which is in East Boston, and that is slated to be completed by October of 21. So things are looking good there. I think that was it something.
About the academy, superintendent, the academy, and also the range in terms of any capital that we need to undertake for that.
Well, I gotta let Superintendent Carter answer that, but as far as the range, we do have a study looking at that range. We put a proposal in to for the long gun range. So there is something in the works there, and I'll let Superintendent Carter talk about the academy.
All right, at the range, the project down there is the rifle range needs to be redone, and that's in the pipeline to get done. For the police academy, I guess we could use a whole brand new building and structure, but right now we're making do with what we have. We've done a lot of renovations inside of it, and it's doing the job for right now, but we're doing the best we can with what we have. Utopia, we could have a brand new state-of-the-art academy. Would be wonderful, Michael, if you could pull that off.
Well, I would argue that it's antiquated for sure and has been now for probably 20 years. So let's put our head together and let's talk about a capital strategy around that. Yeah, that's, we obviously want to make sure that we continue to maintain high level of standards and training. It's important. Again, that's what separates our department from other departments. It's the training, it's the community policing. So the training facility arguably is, I guess I'll be nice and say antiquated. So let's try to figure out how we can get that academy up to par with sort of 2021 standards that we see across the country.
So Superintendent Hassett again. So I had that backwards. We had 100,000 for a study for the academy, and we put in for a study for the range, but we weren't able to get it approved for this year. So good news, bad news.
And the condition of our vehicles, our motorcycles, the bikes, et cetera, we keeping up. If we're not keeping up with the physical structure of our academy, I'm worried about our other equipment.
No, they're very good. We have a very qualified staff down there. They're all Ford certified, and which is unusual for police departments. It was the first one in the country to go that route, and since then other police departments have followed. So Ford actually pays us to keep the warranty, to keep our vehicles in good shape. So it really works out well.
Good, thank you. Just it's important to know that you guys are appreciated, and we want to make sure that you have the equipment and the resources to do the job to the best of your ability and to continue to be the model of community policing across the country.
Thank you, Counselor. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Flaherty. Next up, Councillor Asabi George, then Councillor Flynn. Councillor Asabi George.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and thank you everyone for still being with us this afternoon, especially those waiting for public testimony. I have over the past filed a hearing order regarding the crime lab because I do believe there's an incredible opportunity to make it greater, and I believe it must have its own dedicated space to really get the work done that needs to happen there. There was a study done many years ago on the crime lab, and I see that now there is this plan for the forensics unit facility upgrade to renovate some of the interior space. I'm curious if anyone could share some additional information about that investment and that expansion. And can we, I think, and also following on Councilor Flaherty's questions around the academy, is there perhaps an opportunity for a greater conversation around a more significant capital investment that includes both the crime lab and the academy and some capital funds for all that?
Yes, as far as the crime lab, Counselor, so we're about to start renovating the old daycare center, which will allow us to relocate our occupational health and some of the couple of the, I think, Deputy Messina's unit, along with Superintendent Baston's, can put some people there. But that's going to open a space on the third floor that we're going to try to repurpose for the crime lab. So it'll give them some much needed space up there.
Councilor, in terms of the academy, I think this department would welcome a conversation on the expansion of the academy. They do an unbelievable job over there. They have renovated that and got every usage out of every inch over there. But Superintendent Carter could speak to this. But on any given week, there are multiple trainings going on with a lot of different people in and out of there. And I think with police reform going forward, I think these trainings are going to be critical. I think they're only going to increase. And I just don't know if the capacity of the academy, the way it's structured, if that's going to be, that'll hold up over time. But I do think a conversation about the academy would be welcome. And to your point about the crime lab and forensic groups, I can't say enough about the work that they're doing and any type of expansion we can get for them. They are critical to what this department does in public safety in the city. So that conversation with the academy and those forensic groups is welcome.
Yeah, I think that, there has been in the past a study done around some potential improvements around capital investments to our facilities. So I think maybe a larger, more sort of coordinated conversation around all of those capital improvements could be needed. And I know that, Peter's group, Deputy Messina's group needs some space. I know Superintendent Baston's group needs some space, especially as we see the importance of doing, I think, additional community outreach and engaging our community in perhaps an even more creative way. And we obviously hold sort of the gold, if not platinum star around community policing. I know that we're the leader in that, but we need to continue to invest resources in community engagement. I see that Deputy Messina's hand is up. I do want to get one more question in, and then I'll certainly allow. I don't want to see that gavel go up before I get my next question in. My next question, around best team, actually, Deputy Messina, you can answer this too. I'm a big proponent of BEST and the co-responder model, making sure that we have clinicians that are able to be more proactive and productive around the high utilizers of 911, and also engaging with EMS in particular, because they respond to almost all of the EDP calls. So it's going to be some collaboration in that space too. And then I have one last question around making sure that our first responders, and in this case, police, have access to high quality mental health care and mental health services, especially as the work can become much more traumatizing and impactful. So that's a lot that I just laid out there just to get it all in, and that will be it for questions and comments from me, Madam Chair. But I see Deputy Messina's hand was up.
Yep, just real quick. So we did. Oh, I'm sorry. We are applying for a grant. for officer mental health wellness. So that's in process right now. Second thing, we were just awarded from the Department of Mental Health a grant so we can establish our own CIT training, crisis intervention training, for the Boston Police Department. What this does is it's huge because we're now able to train our officers in-house at the academy. I know there's no room at the academy, but at the academy on how officers can work, Boston police officers can work with not only our civilian partners, but our state and city partners in dealing with mental health, homelessness, and substance use disorder.
Great, that's great. I think that's it for me, just sort of a request. Oh, on the mental health piece and services for police officers in particular.
Yeah, Council, I talked about that before, in terms of that type, this type of services, our peer support unit does a great job with that. Again, they're always looking to, get funding, as Deputy Messina said, to increase the services that we provide, because to be honest, I don't think we can ever provide enough to our offices. We do a good job in that, but again, a conversation about expanding that into a funding is welcome, and I know Sergeant King in peer support does a tremendous job with that, but again, I think, the more we invest in that, the better off for our department, our officers, and their families.
I'm all set, Madam Chair. We'll follow up with a conversation maybe around a more coordinated effort around some capital investments.
Great, thank you, Councillor Asabi George. Next up, Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Councillor Bach. Thank you, Commissioner, as well. Commissioner, one of the issues that is important to me, because it's important to my constituents, especially in Chinatown, is violence against the Asian community is something I've focused on in the last 3 years. Can you tell me how the civil rights group at the Boston Police is responding to some of these, some of these issues, whether they're happening in Greater Boston or throughout the country? What are they experiencing, or how's that outreach to the community going?
Council Flynn, we have Superintendent Donovan from the Bureau of Investigative Services. I know he's participated in some conversations about that, so I'll have him answer that question.
Excellent.
Hi, good afternoon, Council, and good afternoon, everyone on the call. So regarding this civil rights unit and specifically towards incidents in the Asian community, is that your question, Council?
Yes, Superintendent.
So there has been with the COVID crisis, there has been an increase in incidents towards, members of the Asian community. We have not seen the level of violence in the city towards members of the community, although there has been, an increase in the number of incidents. Those incidents we've seen, there's been on a few occasions, they have been criminal in nature. Many of them fall into the category of protected speech. So it's hate speech that's being directed towards members of the community, but yet that speech doesn't necessarily rise to the level of a crime. So from the police perspective, we can't, take any action in the courts against these individuals. But yet, we're seeking to provide services to the members of the community, provide assistance where we can. And, when an incident does arise, the districts are responding immediately to it, and then they're notifying the civil rights unit, and they'll conduct an immediate and thorough investigation to determine what the facts of it are, and then we take appropriate action, whatever it is, whenever we can. So,
thank you, Superintendent. Appreciate those comments. I was in Chinatown over the weekend and had the opportunity to talk to two young Boston police officers that were Chinese American. But I know we're doing a much better job in recruiting Asians to the police force. So I just want to say thank you for that those comments and for your outreach as well. I appreciate that. I guess my final question I have is, Commissioner, one of my priorities is building a fire presence or EMS presence in the South Boston waterfront or the Fort Point. Certainly a police presence as well. I know the population of my district has gone up significantly, as has Boston's population, but is there an opportunity, long-term to have a police presence in the South Boston waterfront or the Fort Point area? I know pre-pandemic, the number of minutes it took for first responders to get there was increasing, but just want to see if there's an opportunity down the road about a police presence in the Southie waterfront or the Fort Point area, maybe.
Yeah, Council, absolutely. Captain Boyle does a great job down there. C6 itself, for a bunch of different reasons, including all the building that's going on down there and becoming, more heavily populated. It's been very active down there. The waterfront, obviously, COVID kind of affected that a little bit, but the year prior to that, it was extremely busy down there. Some extra resources. Captain Boyle had discussions with, then Superintendent Ridge, and I know he discusses it with Superintendent McGoldrick, and they're always reevaluating where they deploy. And I know that is a discussion, and yes, there will be a presence down there, and there is a discussion on increasing our presence down there.
Thank you. And then my final question is, Commissioner, with the recent census, I know the data hasn't been released yet, but certainly the population has increased. But will the Boston Police sometime, based on the new data, will they look to redraw the police districts to keep up with the population growth in certain areas?
I think in conversation, we've had here, it's in terms of reevaluating our staffing, and I think we mentioned that we're, solicitation of an outside consultant firm to kind of look at our staffing levels, and I think, part of that would be that discussion, and maybe that's what comes out of that consultation and analysis of our department. But I think as a department, you always need to be considering that, and I think that's something that we would consider. And like I said, I'll be anticipating the findings of that study and analysis on our staffing, and see where that leads in terms of possibly what our districts look like.
Thank you, Commissioner. And my final comment, I know I mentioned it earlier, but having a healthy police officer is critical, but so isn't having a healthy police, their family as well, their spouse as well. So I want to make sure that we provide the necessary funding and care for the health and wellness program for the police officer, for their spouse and their children. So I'm going to take another look at the budget just to make sure that we have that necessary funding in there, because that's a critical part of being an effective police officer, is having a family that supports you and is healthy with you at the same time. So I want to say thank you to the men and women of the Boston Police Department. And I appreciate what they're doing under very difficult and challenging times. Thank you, Councilor Buck.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Flynn. Next up is Councillor Mejia, then Councillor Arroyo, then Councillor Baker. Councillor Mejia. Councillor Mejia.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, so I definitely want to support community voice. So I'm just going to ask some follow-up questions that were not answered in my first round. And it's specifically around, I would like to know how much money is spent on BRIC and how many officers are on federal task force. And I also understand that you quote unquote vet your officers, but my question specifically around whether the BPD is planning an audit of all police officers to see if there are any other charges or crimes that they have committed. And that's it for now.
So Council Superintendent Donovan, as far as the federal task forces, so the Boston Police Department has a total of 74 officers assigned to different federal task forces with different federal agencies. Not all of those 74 officers are assigned on a full-time basis. They're on a part-time basis, and that may vary from the amount of time they put in a week, a month, a year. It's on different investigations. We have officers assigned to the Bureau of the ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the DEA, Homeland Security, the FBI, both the FBI, gang task force, the FBI human trafficking task force, the FBI organized crime task force. We have a number of officers assigned to the U.S. Marshal Service, and the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. And again, it's kind of split between full-time and part-time based on investigations regarding that. And we get a great benefit from having those officers assigned to those task forces, both from the amount of support and resources that the federal government is able to provide to the city of Boston. And then it also gives us the ability to, have a hand in knowledge of what these federal bureaus are doing within the city of Boston. Without our officers being involved in these task forces, to some extent, not totally, but the FBI and at least other agencies, they're very good at letting us know what's going on. But having someone in there firsthand to give us a heads up on what's going on is certainly beneficial to the city.
Thank you for that. Can we make sure that we get those other two answers, just because I know?
So, Councilor, so for the brick, it's $3.6 million. And what was the other, number of personnel?
No. What was the other question, Councilor?
So the question was, how much money is being spent on the brick? How many officers? So I just want to know an exact dollar amount. And I also understand that you quote unquote, vet your officers, but my question was specifically around whether or not the BPD is planning on an audit of all BPD officers to see if there are any changes or crimes or any charges or crimes that they have committed.
In terms of the crimes that committed, we would be notified by a jurisdiction if an officer was under investigation by district attorney's office and or a police department. That's how we would find that out.
But if we found out in previous, I'm just concerned about the process. Like, if that's the process, then I'm just curious about the Rose situation in particular. Like, if you have a system in place, are there any other officers that we need to? Have you come across any new information about other officers that potentially have also committed crimes?
No, we haven't come across information in terms of that. Like I said, when we do have information, that does come to us. And again, in terms of what happened 25, 26 years ago, I'm just not in a position to answer, what that process was and how that played out.
Well, that's fair, but I'm just curious still if we could just give me a ballpark figure of how much money is spent on brick.
Yeah, $3.6 million.
And what's the return on investment in terms of solving crimes?
Dave Caravan,
Councilor Mejia, Dave Caravan from the brick. So a lot of our work goes towards proactive police measures. So a large portion of the Boston Regional Intelligence Center consists of analytical staff. I've presented on this to the council in the past, so I don't want to get into too much detail with that and waste time. But a lot of work that we do is in support of both proactive police measures, so we can identify crime patterns, crime trends, problem locations, a variety of things that are of high priority nature to the police department, and share information with the folks that are responsible for deploying resources in the appropriate areas across the city of Boston. Another large part of that is, again, in the same vein, is information sharing. So as Superintendent Donovan alluded to, there are a lot of agencies that are operating in and around the city of Boston. One of our primary roles is to make sure that we have seamless communication with those agencies for deconfliction purposes, but also so that we identify emerging threats, emerging issues that could have a serious impact on public safety. So we play a strong role in that. Lastly, but not least, we do provide a significant amount of support to active police investigations. So it could be through a variety of different analytic means, but that's another way that we support that. The Joint Terrorism Task Force comes out of the Boston Regional Intelligence Center, technically out of the Bureau of Intelligence and Analysis. So we have a few people that are assigned to that task force with the sole responsibility of investigating and working towards counterterrorism efforts for the region. So we got quite a lot going on. Some folks look for metrics in this regard, and we have a lot of success stories, but a lot of proactive police measures are difficult to evaluate in terms of, how do you determine whether or not you stop something when there's no one to speak towards it. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and is that the gavel that I see there, Councilor Bach? Oh my goodness, this is so unfair. But you know what? We have people who have to have their voices heard. I'm going to let that happen. And I really do think, I'll just say this, is that it has been very frustrating for us to show up hearing after hearing without answers, and then to just have these 7 minutes to just dive deeper during the budget season. It just feels that we're really serious about building trust, and we have to do a better job at showing up and being accountable and answering these questions, because now 7 minutes are up and we don't even get a chance to drill down on some of the things that we've been wondering about. But thank you for your time. And I also would just like to note that I have not heard from Superintendent Nora, and I believe there was also another gentleman of color that was on this call. And I'm always going to press the issue around diversity, right? We don't have the racial tension that exists in the city of Boston is because I believe continues to persist because people who are in leadership positions are not reflected in all decision-making processes. And I'm very disappointed that I haven't heard anything from Nora or the other man of color that was on this call. So I just think that speaks volumes. Either they didn't have much to say, or we didn't have direct or questions directed to them. Regardless, they should have participated a little bit more.
Would you guys like me to talk?
No, I'm just, I always like to hear your voice, but I know my time is up, but I'm just really, I know you do amazing work out in these streets and so many programs that you produce and how hard you work to build community with young people. And we're always talking about prevention, and the work that you do is about the prevention efforts, right? And this is an opportunity for the leadership to give you some space to talk about that work, Nora, that you've been doing to build those relationships, right? And I didn't see them once defer to you for your work and what you've done out in these streets. That's all I'm saying.
The council, you know what, Nora Bashan, Superintendent Bashan can speak now, and she kind of quickly go over what they do, important work. But just throughout this hearing, I don't recall a question being directly asked. So Superintendent Bashan is more than willing to explain and kind of highlight some of the great work that they do.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. And that's exactly why, because there was no questions, because this was a budget hearing. And just like Peter was talking about, our programs don't cost any money. We get them all through grants. And we are running, I hope everyone is on our Twitter accounts, social media, Facebook and Instagram, because we try to show everything that we do, because I always believe if we don't show what we do, people won't know. So I hope everyone, we're still running our programs. We're going into year number 2. All of our programs are running through the summer. We have over 200 kids, and they're all throughout the city, all through everyone's districts. And, you know, like I said, our big focus is one thing, building relationships and trust, and building relationships and trust with the community and those families. And that takes time. The key word is building. And I think you have to be consistent in our programs. We are. We have amazing officers, and we work with all kids all across the city. So I hope everyone follows us on social media so they can see what we do every day. And I think, you know, we're making our narrative, and we're doing our best to make our narrative to show people what we're about in Boston and not all over the country. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all, Councilor Bach. I'm giving you back the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia, and thank you, Superintendent Baston. Next up, Councilor Arroyo, then Councilor Baker. Councilor Arroyo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question for, I believe, Mr. Hassan on this one, Officer Hassan. In terms of the Kennecott being two places at once story that broke in September of last year regarding number of officers who were both responding in terms of writing police reports at the same time that the court overtime records had them in court, but they were in two separate locations. That went into an investigation, we were told. That was months ago. This was September of 2020. What is the status of that investigation, and when will the city of Boston receive the results of that?
So,
to be clear, this was people who were paid for court overtime, but at the same time had written reports at the same exact hours that had nothing to do with being in court and were miles away from the court in which they were receiving overtime for being in.
Yeah, Counselor, that is still on investigation.
Does that have a timeline?
I don't have a timeline to give you right now. All I can tell you is that they are working on that. They have been working on that. And we expect that, you know, sometime in the near future.
Okay, and then I have possibly 12 or 11 districts that you have, district stations. What's the actual number for district stations?
What? How many? Yeah, there's 11. There's 11 districts. Is that what you're asking? How many district stations there are? There 11.
Yeah, there's 11.
Yeah.
So you got 11 stations. Back to where we were at last time. You got 1,363 officers. Just doing quick math, that's about 123.9. So let's just round it down because I don't know 0.9. But you got 123 officers per station. Is that accurate?
No.
How's that possible? You have 1,363 officers. You got another 785 citywide, and you got 11 stations. You told me you got 1,363 that are assigned to districts. How can you not have 123 officers per station?
They're not split up evenly, Counselor. Some busier stations, some bigger
stations.
Some
of those stations have more, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Great. All right. So I'm just saying on average, you could have about 123 per each station. That's not counting the 785 citywide ones that get posted wherever, right? That's correct?
Well, Counselor, you're also, you need to take into consideration the Bureau of Investigative Services. So that's comprised of sworn personnel of both detective and police officers. So there are personnel assigned to BIS, Investigative Services, that are assigned to districts, the district detectives.
Investigate crimes?
And we have a number of BIS personnel that are assigned to citywide specialized units, i.e. the homicide unit, the sexual assault unit.
Do those units investigate crimes?
And a whole slew of other units.
I hear you answering questions I'm not asking. Do those units investigate crimes? The units that you're telling me to separate. So you got 123 units, 123 officers per station on average. You have more in some, less in others. Get it. You're telling me that I also am accounting for in that number the Bureau of Investigation Services. My question is, do those officers that I'm accounting for in the number total that we've gotten, do those officers that you're telling me that I'm not accounting for, do they investigate crime? Are those just civilian administrative positions, or do they answer?
Bureau of Investigative Services investigates crime. I mentioned the homicide unit.
So that's included in that number.
Pardon me?
So I'm not understanding the relevance of why I would separate that. If they investigate crime and you have 123 per unit, if everybody that I'm speaking to has something beyond just a purely civilian role, I don't understand why I would separate them in terms of the breakdown. What I'm trying to get to is how many officers on average could you staff based on the numbers you currently have for every station we have in the city of Boston. If these folks investigate crimes, then they belong in that number. If they're just civilians or doing civilian administrative type roles, then they don't. But what I'm hearing is these are all folks who investigate crime, correct?
In the Bureau of Investigative Services, the vast majority, there are a handful that do administrative tasks, but the vast majority are investigating crimes, correct?
Fantastic. So we have 123 per station. Here's where my consternation happens when we get to the budget on this. Crime was down last year 5% overall, correct? I know that it was up in some departments, down in other places, but it was down overall in the city of Boston 5%. Is that correct?
It was down overall, yes.
It was down overall the year before that as well.
I believe so, yes.
I believe in terms of recent history for homicides.
Yes.
And then was it?
No, it was up slightly. It was up slightly. Homicides.
Okay, so I'm talking about. I'm not talking about last year. I know last year's homicides were up slightly. They were back more in line with 2018. But 2019, we had a record low on homicides, correct?
It was 37. Yes. Low.
Yes. Okay. Great. Was crime down in 2017 as well? In 2018? Overall?
I don't have the fees in front of me, but I believe it was.
So here's what I'm getting at. I keep hearing about population size. I keep hearing about 911 calls. And then I keep hearing that we got to hire hundreds and hundreds of officers and throw millions and millions of dollars at these problems. But crime is down. I'm not seeing a causation or a correlation between 911 calls and actual crimes. I'm not seeing an actual correlation between population size and actual crime. And so what are we using as metrics to determine that we need more officers when we have on average, you could get 123 to each one, not counting 785 citywide unit officers. And so I have a difficult time with understanding what metrics we're using to do this. And I'll just end with this last question. That's a more specific question about BPD overtime with special events and overtime. What is categorized as special events? What does BPD use to determine a special event as overtime? And what's the process for determining something is a quote unquote special event?
I'll let someone else answer that one.
So, Councilor, the International City County Management Association does extensive research on police staffing, and the least recommended methodology for police staffing is crime rates and trends, for the specific reason that it is just not the recommended approach because it's inefficient. It rewards inefficiency. It doesn't really relate to how many officers one might need. Other methodologies such as workload-based assessments and per capita approaches are a little more relevant, and that the minimum manning level is obviously something that's used pretty regularly. So that the methodology you're recommending is the least favored by that very experienced.
I'm not recommending any. What I'm saying is if what's already happening in terms of, if the idea is we're talking about crime prevention, I do think we should have a strict formula for how we do staffing. The fact that
doesn't exist, Councilor. As I mentioned, there's no set formula that you could find that everyone's going to universally agree upon when you're talking about police staffing. It's just not, there's no universally accepted methodology to.
I think that's why.
Exactly how we're going to staff policing. It doesn't exist.
Yes, I know it should, is what I'm saying.
Okay, but that's not, because something should exist doesn't mean that we can just develop one. We need to use a standard approach, which is why, as Superintendent Hassan mentioned, we're going to contract with someone to bring their outside perspective into Boston and see how we can best accomplish this objective means. But there's no software you can just punch in the crime rate, the number of people who live in the city, the number of police you have, and have an answer if it's the right number. It doesn't work that way.
Clear on this, and then I'll set the floor. If I could just be clear on what I'm saying here so that it's not misconstrued. I'm not saying that we need to change our funding based on what the crime rate is or isn't. What I'm saying is if the argument is we need more sworn personnel, I need to know how we're making that determination based on the fact that crime is down, It doesn't seem to have any causation or correlation with other aspects that I've heard on this in this hearing about where the population is, where 911 calls are. Doesn't seem to have any relevance to that either. And so what I'm trying to figure out is what metrics we use for bang for our buck, for where our dollars should be going, how we're making those determinations. And when I hear there's no formula, or it's a little bit of this and a little bit of that, but we don't have a set metric, I don't do that. That's not how BPS talks to me. That's not how the libraries talk to me. That's not how Parks talks to me. I don't understand this idea that we don't have a program or a way. Public Works certainly knows why and how they come to their staffing decisions. And so I don't understand this informal process, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Madam.
Let me explain that the variable that we deal with more than anyone else is the variable of people in an environment where we don't have any control over them, unlike the schools. We have, obviously in the schools, I would expect the teachers who are professionals could control some of the variables. They'll know generally how many people are going to enter certain classrooms during the course of the year. They'll know generally how many people require particular services during the course of the year. Well, the police will have no idea how many people are going to show up and protest next year. We can't forecast that. We have a very limited ability to forecast what crime trends are going to look like. We have a very limited ability to influence what special events are going to be approved through the city process. So yeah, those are variables we don't control, which is why it's not feasible for us to tell you right now with any accuracy exactly what our budget should look like for next year, and with any accuracy tell you that we're not going to, expend a certain amount of overtime. It's the variables that we control are somewhat limited, much more limited than the other agencies that you've identified. So that's just the reality. And I'm not saying that the Boston Police doesn't have a way to particularly tell you exactly how many officers we should have to a person. What I'm telling you is no one has that. That doesn't exist. It's usually done on the basis of someone, as we're doing, coming in and taking a look holistically at the department and the environment that we operate in. You could have a 500,000 person jurisdiction in the Midwest that's going to have a very different calculus than a 500,000 jurisdiction on the East Coast. That's just the reality. So, I'm sorry, I can't give you those numbers, particularly for Boston, but that's why we're bringing someone from the outside in to give us a fresh look at it. I don't think we're going to find our numbers to be particularly off.
I appreciate that. And Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you for giving me that time.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Yeah, and Superintendent McGoldrick, I know we went back and forth on this at the last hearing. I just think that I think every city department operates in uncertainty. We've just had an insane experience of budgeting in an uncertain world. I mean, that was the definition of COVID for all of our departments. And I just think that the reality is, in the world of big data and averages and trends, like there are ways that we cope with uncertainty beyond just saying that the budget is endless. And obviously we all know that like the world couldn't just be what it is and then the Boston Police spend $1 billion, right? So, it's a question of what people think the limits are, what people think are reasonable. And, I think that the council, this specific committee's job is to ask the police department, like all other departments, to explain how it's throwing the darts against the dartboard and commit to living within a certain level of means. And that is within the context of an uncertain world.
Sure, and of course we did cut millions of dollars from the budget year over year. So I think that matters. And no one's advocating for an unlimited budget. That there's talk of doing more with less, and certainly we would advocate for that. And the reality is, in order for us to do less, though, it's not just a unilateral approach. We're going to need other city agencies to pick up some of these things, because what's going to happen is people will continue to call 911. People will continue to have an expectation that police are going to respond. That is a given. That is definitely going to happen. When people call 911 and look for a police response, they're going to expect to get it. So the process of having other people take on the roles that we're currently being dispatched to, I think most police officers advocate for that fully. We don't feel that we're the best to handle every situation that we're called to handle. The reality is, though, until something else is established, and I understand it's a work in progress, but until it's actually a work in practice, we cannot simply say, hey, we're not going to be involved in that because people don't want us involved, or because we don't want to spend the money, or for any other reason. We're out of all the agencies that were mentioned, we're the only one, with the exception of, obviously fire and EMS, we're the only one that when we're dispatched to something, we have to show up, even if we don't think it's necessarily something that we're best suited for.
I think to your point, we are working on figuring out the alternatives on that front. But I'm mindful now we're well past Councilor Arroyo's time, and I've moved into it. So Councilor Baker, you have the floor, and then we're going to be going to public testimony. Councilor Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thank you everybody for hanging in there. So Superintendent Hassan, you had talked about a relocation of Assistant Superintendent Messina's group, and also Superintendent Nora Bastian's group. Where are they being relocated to the same place? You can just talk about that briefly, where they are and why they're going where they're going.
Yeah, so because they need some office space, Councilor. So
yeah,
there's the new renovations, we're hoping that we're going to put the occupational health in half of it, and then the other remaining square footage would be divided amongst Superintendent Baston and Deputy Messina's groups.
Is that at police headquarters?
Police headquarters on the first floor, yes.
Yeah, I would have to. I mean, I would rather see Peter's group right down on Mass and Cass, but we can talk about that later. Nora, nice to hear your voice. Will you say hi to us again and tell us where you are now and a little more about what you do?
Yes, absolutely. For those that don't know me that are listening, Superintendent Nora Baston, and I oversee the Bureau of Community Engagement. We're kind of spread out. I am currently at Charlestown, my office, but we spend 99.9% of our time in the community. So we run right now we're running 4 community programs, and the common theme is mentorship. So we do it through acting. We do it through, girls leadership. We have We Belong, that is giving youth the tools to be successful adults. And we're going to start a mechanic class. So our whole objective is to build relationships with our community, draw kids in through their interests, and we spend time with them and build that relationship with them.
And how many officers do you have working with you?
I have Sergeant Provenzano, and he has 3 officers in a citywide initiative unit, and then 1 detective. And then we have 3 liaisons. 1 is the elderly liaison, 1 works with inclusion officers, and 1 does all the BHA. So he's all across the city trying to work in the developments. So we're pretty small as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Commissioner, you had mentioned the peer support group a couple times. How many people are in that group, and where are they based out of? Are they based out of the headquarters?
Yeah, Council. So I don't know the exact numbers that are there. They're out in Mattapan. They're not necessarily at headquarters peer support. Some of them do have stations up there in different capacities, but primarily out in Mattapan.
Yeah, so they don't go to the state. They'll go to the stations when there's a need. So, but they're together, like they come in, they're in one spot.
Yes.
They're not in stations.
No.
Oh, okay. Can we talk a little bit? Is David still on? David Carabin? Yeah, you are, David. The grants that are being held up by this body here, can you talk a little bit about those? What would the grants go towards?
Yes, sir. Hi, Councilor Baker, Dave Carabin here. So the one of the grants that's held up at the moment here is from the Executive Office of Public Safety and Security. It's a state grant. Mm-hmm. Our intention for that is to fill a total of 7 positions within the BRIC. 3 of the positions would go towards civilian analysts that work within our real-time crime center. That is a unit that we refer to as a tactical unit of civilian analysts that are responsible for supporting officers and public safety officials as they respond to crimes of a priority across the city. At times that could range from shootings to bomb threats to individuals that frankly have been struck by hit and run vehicles, supporting investigations with that. They also are the primary focus of the BRIC that handles what we call requests for information. And that is inquiries that come into the BRIC looking for investigative or other types of law enforcement support. Just to give you an idea of what that looks like, on an annual basis, we typically see over 4,000 of those requests for information that come through. Sometimes it's reached as high as 7,000 requests from other law enforcement agencies. So it's quite taxing at the moment right now. So we're looking for 3 analysts there and a supervisor that will help us out during the evening shift. We currently lack having a civilian analytics supervisor to support that effort. We are down a couple positions at the moment due to turnover, and in those situations where we're required to use overtime in order to backfill that position, it's those positions are deemed essential, similar to how 911 operators are deemed to be essential. So this will provide us with more backfill and capability should somebody actually want to take a day off or go on vacation, something along those lines. Keep in mind that that part of the operation runs 2 shifts a day, 7 days a week, and we're just incredibly short-staffed. The second part of that are 2 analysts that are hired intentionally to liaise with a couple key agencies that operate within the city of Boston that have substantial property, that being the Massachusetts State Police, Massport, and Transit Police. As I'm sure you're aware, Massport and MSP have a substantial amount of property in the waterfront area throughout the city. Parks, other areas, thoroughfares that are policed by MSP. What we're looking to do is increase our liaison capabilities so that as crimes occur in places like Southwest Corridor, the Seaport, over near the terminals, things of that nature, that we've got a more seamless approach for sharing that info. Considering the nature of the threat environment that we're working through, everything from terrorism to threats from state actors overseas, smuggling of weapons, people, drugs, you name it. There's a lot of reason to make sure we have a seamless capability to, 1, ramp up should there be a threat towards some of these places that are high volume transport locations for the public, but also in order to help connect the dots on criminal issues that are happening across borders and jurisdictions. And the other one is obviously the MBTA. The MBTA shares a ton of property with the city of Boston. So we're looking to beef up our capabilities there. So that's
a state grant. Is that the 800,000?
Yeah, there's 850,000 there. There's another $850,000 that's currently on hold that hasn't made it to the accept and expend process. Our forecast right now is that this will sustain funding for city employees for about right now 6 years total going into the future. And we've been receiving this grant for quite a while, so we don't see any stop, especially when they see the value of the partnerships that we're creating and the crime prevention and response capability being enhanced.
And are there end dates on those grants?
Yeah, June 30th is the drop dead date on our ability to accept the latest grant funding, and then of course they have to put timelines with budgets together on the funding. So when we first went through an accept and expend process with this, we had forecasted it out, and now we're going to have to request an extension should that money be allowed and granted towards us. So I think we can work through it, but we do have a limited amount of time to act.
Okay. And thank you, David. I had some more questions for you, but I can get them to you personally. Kenzie, just 1 second, please. If I were to request body cam video, how would I do that? Would that be a 17F through City Council, or would that be another way?
Yeah.
I think certainly we can do it through a 17F, but I think also you could ask the department directly.
Okay, and then Kenzie, I had a question for you, actually. You mentioned alternate police response. I'm not sure what that is. Can you give me a heads up on what that is? You're like, are those just ideas for what we're gonna do with the police?
I was referring, Councilor Baker, to the $1.75 million pilot that's in the HHS budget that has the 90 to 120 day clock.
Yeah, but there has to be some sort of, and is it specifically say alternate police response? There's no specifics around that?
Yeah, I think it's, and it might not even, I'm not sure that's the exact phrasing. It might be alternate mental health response or something. I think, it's okay. We haven't gotten many specifics. That's what they've referred to having a committee meeting about.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Councilor Baker. All right, and I did see Mr. Donovan, that your hand was up. Did you want to say something?
Just quickly, Counselor, yeah, so it's, I've heard the term return on investment mentioned a couple of times here. I just want to say that if you're looking for a return on investment, look no further than the brick. The services that the brick provides to the Boston Police Department and the citizens of this city is invaluable and incalculable. Without the brick, our crime rate is not where it is today. There is a direct correlation between the crime rate, the reduction in the crime rate in the city of Boston over recent years, and the work that is done by the brick that's provided to our investigators and our field officers as far as deployment. So if you want to defund and dismantle things, I caution you in how you do it. And before you do it, you need to have something else in place that is tried, true, and works before you take something apart and leave this city vulnerable to who knows what. Thank you.
I totally agree. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you, Councilor Baker. So I'm about to go to public testimony, but before I do, I just want to thank Acting Commissioner Long and the superintendents, the command staff for being here with us today. Superintendent Long, it's a pleasure to meet you. I wish it had been 20 minutes sooner. I will just say if we could next time make sure that we're able to start on time for the council, just because we've got so many folks, as you can see, waiting to talk. Yeah, and then the last thing is just to let the department know, I will go through public testimony. I'm actually going to not adjourn this hearing, but rather recess it to the backup time we have on the calendar, which is May 26th at 3 p.m. because there's a large number of specific quantitative questions that the council has out, both in the information requests we sent over and also that have come up in the hearing today. And it is quite important to me as Ways and Means Chair that we actually get answers on those things. And I'm really a read the document, look at it person, as opposed to kind of doing these number quotings in the hearing. So we are going to be following up on that. So I just want everyone to know that I will be recessing the hearing to a time certain rather than adjourning today. But again, I want to thank the team for being here and for all your work.
Councilor Black, I want to thank you for your time with the rest of the city council. And again, I apologize for the beginning of that. As you well know, in this COVID world and, the Zoom world that we're all operating in, sometimes there are technical difficulties that you have no control over, and today was one of them. So I apologize for whatever delay occurred at the beginning of the meeting, but I appreciate your time and the rest of the time of the city council.
No, we certainly appreciate you being with us here for these past 3 hours. So thank you for that. All right, and with that, I'm going to go now to public testimony. So I'll be going in the order I've got the list in front of me and letting people in kind of 3 at a time. That'll start with Kelly Reddy, then Becky Pierce, and then Hyatt Amon. Becky, I see you twice, so I'm just going to let both in. All right, going first to Kelly. And if folks can just remember to
I'm here.
Just introduce yourself, describe your residence or affiliation, and just keep your comments to 2.5 minutes, just so that we can get everybody in. We've got a lot of folks waiting here a long time, so thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Kelly.
You're welcome. My name's Kelly Reddy. I live in Dorchester. I'm a member of Dorchester People for Peace, and we are really have been looking at the idea of defunding the police. The incidents in the last couple of years have made it clear that there's a real problem there, and ultimately we like to see things change. But in the short run, let me see if I can find my we would like to see significant cuts in the budget, and especially in the overtime budget. I think somebody was getting at this earlier, but I think the police need to tighten up the criteria by which they send people out on overtime. And they know what they're doing, so it just needs to be reduced. I was at a demonstration in Franklin Park that was completely peaceful, but the police were there was a huge number of police and they were very provocative. That was extremely disturbing to me. So I think I'm just going to leave it there. But thank you for holding this, and please do consider a serious cut and redirection of the funds to social things. I had never heard of the co-response team. It sounds very much like something that's going on in Oregon, the CAHOOTS program, which has been extremely successful, cut down their incidents dramatically. But they don't have police with them. And I think that's a really important thing. I think the co-response, I understand, but get the police can be in the background. Okay, thank you.
If you're talking to me, I can't hear you, Kenzie.
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
Okay, I got you now.
Thank you, Becky. It's been a long day. Yeah, it's your turn. Go ahead. And then it'll be Janat. So, because I meant to let in Haya, but I think I got Janat, so we'll go.
That's
Becky.
good. I was just worried there was something wrong with my computer. So my name is Becky Pierce, and I'm a homeowner and small landlord in Codman Square, Dorchester, where I've lived since 1972. And I'd like to thank Councilor Buck and her whole committee for organizing this hearing, and all of the councilors who are participating and listening to all that's been said. This is a critically important hearing because it addresses the question of how much more the police budget needs to be cut compared to last year, from the $4 million 1% cut that Mayor Janey has in her budget. I think her proposed police budget actually needs to be cut by at least $60 to $100 million for these two reasons. First, in order to reduce the harm done every day by over-policing in Black and brown neighborhoods. And second, in order to shift public funding from armed police presence to the services actually needed in Black and brown neighborhoods to provide real public safety and to reduce crime. This money needs to be reallocated from policing to some combination of housing, food, arts and culture, recovery services, youth programs and youth jobs, and community-led violence prevention and intervention, and healing from trauma that's run by people who have direct experience in Black and brown communities. So to make that possible, I'm asking you all on City Council to freeze all hiring of new officers and cadets, commit to deep cuts in both the overtime budget and the regular BPD budget, cap overtime spending by the police and make that happen somehow, because it has to, eliminate at least three things: the gang unit, the 125 school police officers, and the 4-hour overtime minimum. And finally, establish unarmed civilian 911 response teams for mental health emergencies. But it looks like you're moving in that direction, but they need to be completely outside the police department and the police budget. So please make these changes to the city budget this year and vote against any version of the budget that doesn't include them. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. And thank you for telling me earlier when I was muted. All right, next up is Janat, and then it'll be Eliza Perrott. Janat?
Good afternoon. My name is Jenna and I live in Jamaica Plain. By ignoring the calls for help from residents only worsen the situation we currently are in. You are putting too much money in a corrupt organization. By funding police, you are giving the middle finger to Black and brown communities. They have fought long and hard to be seen, to be heard. Instead of funding police, take some of that money and invest in communities that are calling for your help. You may think asking for more cadets and officers will protect the city, but in reality, Boston cops racially profile, illegally search, hurt residents, and target Black and brown communities. By funding them, you are giving them more resources to hurt our people. I am asking you to invest this money in building a stronger bond with the communities that are demanding to get treated equally. Why do you advocate to help during your campaign, but once you get elected, you forget the sole purpose of your promises? You weren't elected to ignore the residents' needs. You were elected because you advocated for change. Where is that dedication when we need it now? I am asking the City of Boston and the City Council to freeze all hiring of new officers and cadets in the Boston Police Department. Why would the community and City Council support adding police when there hasn't been any data or discussion on how to decrease existing over-policing? With many others alongside me, I reject the idea that more cops on our streets will mean a safer and more vibrant city. We want to address the root causes of violence and transform the way we as a society respond to the issues of violence. We know police do not and cannot do this because of the punitive and racist way they engage with Black and brown communities. While the mayor's budget calls for hiring more police, I say we need fewer police doing less, so we can focus and invest in the programs that meet the real needs of our communities, especially the Black and brown people who have been most harmed by policing. If the mayor's office does not agree to decrease spending and shrink the roles of responsibility of the Boston Public Department, I urge the City Council to vote no on the budget. We need your help and we need it now. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jana. Next up, Eliza, and then I'll be Hayat Imam. Eliza?
Hi, thanks for getting time today to speak during public testimony and to all the counselors who are here. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Boston Cyclists Union and as a member of the Massachusetts Vision Zero Coalition. I'm also representing some of those core members, Livable Streets Alliance, Walk Boston, Alston Brighton Health Collaborative, and others. Two things I wanted to touch on. One is traffic enforcement. We do have a lot of questions about what is spent right now on traffic enforcement. I heard someone from BPD mention citations that were mailed, but we're still trying to understand how many dedicated traffic enforcement units are there at a time, how many are on-duty officers also performing traffic enforcement, what amount of time and spending is spent on this. And so overall, in other cities, like LA, actually, where they added more officers to traffic enforcement, injuries and fatalities didn't increase. And our goal as a coalition, as many of our organizations, is to reduce serious injuries and fatalities on our streets. And we know that there's other methods that are the most effective at doing that. And those are really investing in transformative street redesigns, safe streets, traffic calming, and encouraging other modes. So walking, the more people we have walking, biking, and taking transit, the safer the streets are for everyone. We know that well-marked cameras that inform people that if they're speeding, they'll get ticketed, are changing dangerous driving behaviors. In New York City, speeding has dropped 60% in places where there's marked camera enforcement. And it's a state policy, but we also need support from Boston elected officials this year to help pass it. And we know that, of course, that harm is occurring to community members, especially those of color, during traffic stops, and that the most common way that most members of the public interact with police officers is through traffic stops. And we've seen across the country and in Massachusetts, disparities in stops, disparities in ticketing, and of course, violence and fatalities coming from traffic stops. So that's one point I want to make. The second is that we really support the work that Families for Justice's Healing has been leading in the push to shift detail jobs to residents. As I understand, what's holding us back is transferring these jobs to civilians is the police contract. And we urge you to explore shifting this to resident jobs. We also know from the transportation department that many jobs go unfilled, and that leaves construction workers really vulnerable on the roads. It leaves pedestrians, people trying to cross, bike, travel on the roads at all in dangerous situations. So the whole strategy for when detail is needed also needs to be reformed. We don't need police officers at open streets events and community festivals many times, but we do need them in we do need someone in dangerous positions directing traffic, and those jobs can and should be moved to residents to get high-paying jobs back into the communities and local jobs. Yeah, those are. Oh, and finally, I just wanted to ask also, one thing that's not clear in the budget is how much money is coming from the streets department to pay for police detail when a construction job is done by the streets department and they hire outside contractors and those contractors hire police detail. It's also going back to BPD. So that's a question that we're looking for answers to. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you much, Eliza. Next up is Hyatt, who I see. And then it'll be Catherine Jenkins-Dijon. So Hayat, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. Let me begin by bringing you greetings of Ramadan, which is the month of fasting for the Muslim community, which is happening right now, ending in a couple of days. My name is Hayat Imam. I live in Dorchester. I'm a member of Dorchester People for Peace and also Mass Peace Action. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the City Council for your hard work every day on our behalf. I saw it in action this afternoon. You all worked hard today. We appreciate it. So, but before I give my testimony, which I have written and I'll read it to you, I'd like to say that it's been kind of surprising for me to listen to the questions and discussions today by the city councilors. It sounded so much like business as usual, but in fact, this is not business as usual anymore. This is a very new moment we're in. It's a pretty urgent, unusual moment of reckoning in this country as a whole and in our state too. We're grappling with issues of systemic racism. We're talking about police brutality and also dealing with extreme inequality and injustice. So yeah, but now I'd like to read you my testimony that I had prepared regarding the police budget. I'm giving the testimony today as a grandmother, along with the many other parents and grandparents who have Black and brown children whom we love. I walk with a sense of dread and terror every day for fear of what they may encounter at the hands of police and law enforcement. So addressing policing in the United States must take into account not just what's happening today, but its historical context. Today's policing is rooted in a historical structure that was set up by the haves to keep the have-nots under control. In other words, to keep the rich safe from the poor. The original purpose of policing was to uphold the dominant social order, which is responding to the needs of white people and rich people. And unfortunately, this continues to this day. And because of this, policing has not been about taking care of our most vulnerable citizens. It's not about a response to social needs that are often rooted in racism and inequality. Instead, it's a system of control and punishment. I believe police are trained and instructed about whom they should target and against whom they should enforce the laws. Otherwise, I think there could be no explanation for why police disproportionately target, arrest, and kill Black people. Furthermore, police are being obligated to intervene in situations that call for social service skills, not policing. And I think I heard a little bit this afternoon that there is greater awareness of this, which is good. But as a result of this, policing interventions are also unsuccessful and dangerously escalate the situation because they are inappropriate to the situation that they're being called to deal with. Arrest and force do not address the root causes of crime, which are often poverty, which are often addiction. We must conclude then that the present policing system is an intrinsically abusive and unworkable structure. It cannot be reformed. It needs to be scrapped and rebuilt. And I do agree with the last few comments by the City Councilor Baker and others that, yeah, we will need to have something in place before we replace it, but that goes without saying. Our hope is to abolish this distorted system of policing and replace it with a new model that is just and that creates lasting alternatives to punishment and imprisonment. And my guess is that these changes will be supported by police in uniform themselves, because it is our only chance for true social justice and peace. And it will be better for their mental health too, which I heard as a concern by city councilors today. In order to begin this process, we need you to think in new and creative ways. And specifically, we need your support for two critical things. Please decrease police department budgets by a substantial number, $50 to $100 million, I would say. And second, please reinvest that money in critical community needs, which would include housing, access to food, and most important, really, to community-led violence prevention safety models. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And sorry. Yeah, and salam alaikum and an early Eid Mubarak. Hope it's a holy conclusion to your fast.
Thank you.
All right, next we're going to Catherine. And then after Catherine on my list is Serene Mansouri. So Catherine, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, counselors, and thank you, community members who have showed up to share your testimony. I'm building on a lot of what has been said already, particularly most recently by Ms. Hayat Imam. I come to you today as a mother, of young brown men, no less, as an educator for over a decade in Boston public schools, as a resident for my whole adult life in the Dorchester and Roxbury neighborhoods of Boston, an anti-racist educator of fellow white adults, a member of First Parish Dorchester Unitarian Universalist congregation, and a friend of many of the organizations represented here today, including Dorchester People for Peace. I will speak first as an individual, and then after that read something written up by a growing and signed on to by a growing number of members of First Parish Dorchester. For myself, yes, I want to echo some of the points that Hayat Imam made regarding the history and origins of the police here in the United States, connected to the patrols designed to capture escaped enslaved people of African descent, and in England to prevent labor from organizing against extremely oppressive and unacceptable conditions in factories during the Industrial Revolution, and also to prevent immigration from Irish people coming from the recently colonized Ireland into England. So in that context, we know that, the police have not always been with us, nor do they need to always be with us. And the context in which they came into our societies is associated with oppression and things that we have since disavowed as unacceptable. The fact that most people don't know this is a reflection of a wider problem, which is how we allocate our resources. As an educator, I'm keenly aware of this. In this past year, we spent millions of dollars for police in schools, but only until a couple of months ago did we get ethnic studies in Boston public schools and start to give that a little bit of money, in spite of the fact that so many educators have been pouring in so much time into trying to build up this community and educate one another, and not just that, but to build community and new ways of listening to one another and cooperating with one another, which in a deeper way is what we need as a community, so that we can rely on one another and solve our own problems and not have to turn to police. So yes, speaking for myself, I'm appalled by the $400 million fiscal year 2022 police budget, which only includes a 1% cut and hires new classes of officers and cadets. And I'm personally asking the City of Boston and City Council to commit to real cuts to both overtime and regular BPD budget, to freeze all hiring of new officers and cadets in the Boston Police Department, and to cap regular and overtime spending of the Boston Police Department. And to those counselors representing constituents who have said that they want more police, I would ask you to consider maybe reaching back out to your constituents and trying to coordinate some anti-racist training for them and education so that they might better listen to our siblings of color who have made a clear call to defund, which is now shifting gears to what an increasing number of members of First Parish Dorchester are asking for. As members of this congregation whose forerunners founded Dorchester almost 400 years ago, we feel duty bound to join the chorus of people across our country calling for a reimagining of the concept of public safety and the role of police in our neighborhoods, specifically to defund. This includes making substantive cuts from the police department in addition to cuts from the overtime budget and reinvesting money in actual public safety for Black and Brown communities. This includes a shift away from armed intervention and militarization that instead of protecting us serves to endanger and traumatize us. This includes the use of mental health emergency response teams who are trained for calls related to crises caused by the impaired mental health of a loved one. This includes hiring civilians for construction details and traffic enforcement. It includes increasing funding for education, jobs, affordable housing, food security, youth programs, community-based mental health care, and the presence of ethnic studies and mental health professionals in every Boston school. It includes increased funding for public transportation maintenance and safer streets for bikes and pedestrians. Please make these changes to this year's city budget and vote against any version of the budget that doesn't include them. The events of our country have collectively witnessed over the last year, I'm just concluding the sentence right now, have called us to a profound reckoning. As an elected official who makes decisions in the community's interest, we are grateful to you for helping all of us realize the safe, healthy, and whole community many of us envision. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Next up is Serene Mansouri, and then it'll be Joshua Dankoff with Citizens for Juvenile Justice. Serene?
Hi, my name is Serene. I'm here today to demand, among other things, councilors vote no to this budget. Following last summer's display of police terror, it became clear to us that violence is not an exception to the rule, but the very function of policing. And that violence takes many forms, from physical to financial. Last year, y'all signed off on almost $500 million for the police, while the community was left to fend for itself. We were told to accept an overtime reduction that never happened. Now we're being handed that same performative cut that actually increases the number of police officers, directly contradicting the demands of the public to defund and abolish the police. Y'all keep asking alternatives to prove themselves when they have no funding, yet police with their $500 million are not treated the same. They just keep getting funded. On the topic of overtime, it's absurd to think that hiring extra cops is a solution to an issue when only 12% of the overtime was quote unquote forced. This leaves us with 88% of the overtime unaddressed and more cops. So either Janie has no desire to change this or is taking what the cops say at face value, both of which are terrifying concepts considering how much corruption and fraud we've uncovered at their hands this year alone. If this is what's happening in the public eye, what will happen behind closed doors during contract negotiations? And I'll acknowledge this budget will not change everything, but here are just a few helpful suggestions. Defund BRIC and a hiring freeze, no new cops. Stop derailing the conversation with BS diversity initiatives. Black and brown cops kill people too. Cops with bias training kill people too. And you would know that if you started listening to the community and the data instead of inviting grifters like DeRay and his little blue vest. Instead of funding gang units, harassing homeless encampments, and cracking down on parties and bikes, how about green spaces to ride, free art spaces and materials, and housing that isn't owned by Alpha Management or isn't $2,400 for a studio? Let's throw in some safe consumption sites there too. If we can find the money to pay $250,000 to a cop that bragged about playing GTA with protesters and has been accused of sexual assault, we can find the money to fund our communities. And I'll end with this. What you fund here, you justify globally. Our cops in Massachusetts are literally trained with the same Zionist terrorists that are ethnically cleansing Palestine as we speak. The US created the playbook that is being used in Colombia to massacre people, the same playbook our cops use on us. So when you city councilors sit here and decide on this budget, know that your vote not only directly affects us, but has implications everywhere. Policing is violence. All cops are bastards. Free Palestine, free Cali, and vote no.
Thank you, Serene. Next up is Josh Dankoff, and then Brenda James. And I'll just remind folks to introduce yourself, just say what your affiliation is or where in the city you live.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Bach, Vice Chair Sabi George, and members of the committee. My name is Joshua Dankoff. I'm here representing Citizens for Juvenile Justice. I'm also a Boston resident in District 6. Respectfully, we submitted written testimony that has a lot of numbers, and we encourage the committee to take a look at that as well. Briefly, Citizens for Juvenile Justice is the only independent nonprofit statewide organization working exclusively to improve juvenile justice and other youth-serving systems in Massachusetts. We advocate for smart policies that prevent crime and help youth develop into responsible citizens while using resources wisely. Unfortunately, we feel that this budget is falling short on some of the resources to ensure developmentally appropriate treatment for youth. First of all, the proposed BPD budget is tone deaf to community expression of need. Police interactions with young people impact how youth view the legitimacy of our government institutions. At this time of deep reflection on the nature of police interactions with residents, and after a year of community demands to divest in police, we find it surprising and unfortunate the proposed budget would hire more officers. It seems tone deaf to the community, contradictory to expressed needs, and ignoring some of the active harm that police cause in schools, as well as over-policing of communities of color. Now, the majority of incidents that BPD responds to now are non-violent and non-criminal civil incidents. And I'm basing this on BPD's own data. We're really pleased to have from the Boston Police and the City of Boston public-facing data that is available on the city website on what they call the crime incident reports. Now, CFJJ is working on a report, not yet done today, but hopefully in the next couple of weeks, that will expand fully on this. But what we see in our analysis of this data set is that this report asks two fundamental questions. One, what are the incidents that Boston Police currently respond to? And also, what types of incidents could be handled more effectively and efficiently by some non-policing alternatives that can still meet community need? So our analysis divided police incidents into 6 broad categories. And again, our testimony shows these categories there. But broadly, these include non-criminal incidents, which make up about 23%. This is fully, nothing related to anything criminal-oriented. Drug and alcohol incidents make up 5%. Driving and motor vehicle incidents that were discussed earlier in this hearing, 12%. Investigations, which could cut across all of the areas, fully 11%. Non-violent offenses, 26%, and then violent offenses, only 22%. So the data show that almost a quarter of all incidents that Boston Police are responding to are wholly non-criminal in nature. And that means that 2/3 of police incidents that do not involve police investigative function or a response to violent crime at all. We believe that deploying additional resources to civil motor vehicle infractions and other non-violent offenses to be an inappropriate use of resources. And this also applies to substance abuse related offenses. Now, I've mentioned this report that you'll see hopefully in a couple of weeks, but I just want to talk today about 2 areas, mental health and traffic enforcement. Both of these have been discussed somewhat already. So looking at the Boston incident data, 6.5% of all police incidents are for sick assists or sick injured medical. This is from 2016 through 2020 data. Officers responded over that period to more than 7,000 medical incidents. And we don't know exactly how many of them were mental health. Looking also at the FIO data set, it only saw 73 FIOs between 2016 and 19 that were explicitly around individuals facing a mental health crisis. And as was just discussed earlier, the co-response program we feel is generally a good program, and we're really glad to see additional resources made there, put towards there. But there are additional alternatives that are being tried in other areas that do not rely on policing at all, specifically the CAHOOTS program out of Eugene, Oregon. The programs in Oakland and also New York City. I'll just say one last thing on Boston, on traffic stops. There are some unarmed traffic enforcement is something that's really being taken up both nationally in Berkeley, California, and also in Northampton, a report from March of this year, recommending changes across a range of issues. So to summarize, we think it's really important to consider for the City Council to consider a range of non-policing alternatives. We look forward to engaging with the council and the police as you move forward in these budgeting decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josh. And yes, please do send the report along to the committee once you have it. Next up is Officer Brenda James of the Boston Police Department. And then it'll be Linda Cohen from Showing Up for Racial Justice.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you so much for allowing my participation. I am a former Boston police officer. I worked from 1994 to 2015. I was actually in the class of Patrick Rose. So I have many concerns about the desperate treatment, the double standard. I am a Black female, mom, civilian, who took advantage of an equitable opportunity. And I served the city of Boston for 20 years. As I said, I am no longer an officer, but it has nothing to do with anything that's work related. So I'm very proud of the work that I did. I also worked with kids, children, families, stakeholders. I did community service work. So I do fully understand the whole conversation around reallocation of funds to better serve the community. I can appreciate it for all the reasons that I stated. I think community policing is very effective. However, my specific concerns are regarding the intrinsic issue that are fundamental to any real systemic change. This budget cycle is very different, obviously, this year because of the racial climate and the indescribable and historical events that are taking place. So the inequality and social construct has to be considered. I think we're here to not only discuss this budget in terms of numbers, but also what that means for restructuring, equitable opportunities, accountability, and transparency to eradicate these inequities and to get a better police department. So the whole conversation about hiring more officers definitely becomes a huge concern because of the double standard that has been well looked into through reports, the Boston Globe. Matters get handled differently depending upon the ethnicity and gender of the officer. So if you can't retain some of the officers that you have, then I'm not sure why we want to expand and put on more officers, and especially under the guise of having more diversity. So if the department commits to becoming more diverse, what will they do different to change the abuse of authority and abuse of power? There needs to be more transparency and accountability as it relates to that. There are two matters involving the same captain. An incident number 120363946, which is the incident I was involved in an IED case of a white male officer, which is 2016-0430. There's no specificity of charges and no 1920, which is required, and almost 25 attorneys were retained to derail my career. The officer in the latter issue was treated far differently. And so for that reason, I'm really concerned about adding more officers on under the guise of diversity when so much money is spent on derailing the careers of some of those Black and brown officers. Secondly, the overtime, with regards to the overtime issue, there's misuse of overtime often due to the abuse of power and abuse of authority. So in my matter, the first incident that I mentioned, 120363946, a captain actually came into a station without having any sustained charges, any proper legal delegation, any proper paperwork, at an unprecedented hour of 1 o'clock in the morning to talk to me without a union rep present, and later testified, he ended up assaulting me, and he later testified that he deviated from all these protocols to be able to put in for overtime. So I need to really look into the overtime issue and what is well documented. I didn't hear anyone speak today about, certain people earning $300,000 a year. This misuse of overtime to target someone, to abuse your authority and power has to stop. So there are a lot of internal issues that get prolonged for years, internal legal matters, should I say. So what will be done differently and how much money will be spent on these internal cases that are prolonged and costing the Commonwealth of Mass? My case has been going on for 10 years now. I am going to submit a report. I'm going to submit a timeline as well as a list of pertinent facts. But I've had 12 union attorneys and again, maybe 25 in total from the city. I have spoken to a few counselors that were very empathetic and would like for me to submit some more information, which again, I intend to do so. But we need to really take this serious. We're in this climate right now, and I think that we're acting like it is business as usual, and it's not business as usual. Whenever there's abuse of authority or power, people are very much affected, lives are destroyed. And so I'm going to end at that and submit most of my information and my facts in the report, but I thank you for this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Brenda.
You're welcome.
Next up is Linda Cohen from Showing Up for Racial Justice. And then it will be Seth Gordon. And just a word to everybody, if you're in the attendees, we will work our way to everybody. So we're gonna get to you. All right, Linda Cohen. Linda, I think you have to unmute.
Sorry. My name is Linda Cohen, and I am a member of the group Showing Up for Racial Justice in Boston. I am also someone that was directly affected by the Boston Police Department. A few years back, I had a mental health crisis. The police were called instead of social workers or mental health workers, who I believe would have de-escalated the situation. Instead, when I was asked a question that I didn't want to answer, I was jacked up against the wall by 3 police officers and had my arm badly bruised before being put in a jail cell. Up to 50% of people murdered by police have disabilities. If I was a Black or brown woman, the situation could have likely ended in my death. More cops does not equate with more safety. There is a lack of trust of people that cannot be changed. There's a lack of trust of police that cannot be changed by just hiring more of the same. We need to look at systemic issues such as racism. Reforms like more diversity training do not help. You cannot reform an institution that is fundamentally racist. 1,000 people are murdered by police every year, and Black and brown people are murdered at 3 times, and Black people are murdered at 3 times the rate of white people. So what I'm saying is that we need to divest from the BPD and invest in the community with community-led initiatives for housing, youth jobs, healthcare and education, and also for reentry services like the New Beginnings reentry services that can really help women in our community. I am asking the City of Boston and the City Council to commit to real cuts to both the overtime and regular BPD budget and to freeze all hiring of new officers and cadets in the Boston Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. And sorry, did you say where you're from?
I'm from Showing Up for Racial Justice in Boston.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Next up, Seth Gordon, and then it will be Kristen Aldrich.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Seth.
Okay. Hi, my name is Seth, and I am from Jamaica Plain. I'm representing Boston DSA and Jamaica Plain Progressives. So firstly, I would just like to thank all the counselors for spending time trying to get to the bottom of the countless amounts of errors and confusions that are coming from BPD. But I have to warn you, I think your efforts are in vain because BPD is not interested in a transparent or realistic budget process. As you've heard today, many of your questions have not been answered, and nor will they, because BPD understands that the longer they pursue this budget process and the vaguer they get, the vaguer their answers are, the more money they can use to their discretion. Essentially, they are running a racketeering operation that would make the mafia blush. So let me give you some real facts, as I'm sure some of you know. Over 30 Boston police officers made over $300,000 last year, and over 500 Boston police officers made over $200,000 last year alone. Meanwhile, they were spending their time being racist to Andrea Campbell on Twitter, protecting Patrick Rose, who was a literal child molester for over 2 decades, running over protesters and then bragging about it on air, among a variety of other scandals and terrible, terrible actions. So it's very clear that BPD does not have the best interest of our community and does not have the best interest of anyone in Boston other than themselves and enriching their own pockets. So therefore, I am demanding that the City Council reject this budget and make meaningful cuts to both the overtime and the regular budget for BPD. We must freeze hiring as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Next up is Kristen, and then it'll be Wahaj. Kristen?
Great, thank you so much. My name is Kristen Aldrich. I'm a resident of Jones Hill in Dorchester in District 3. I've lived here for 5 years. I'm also a member of Dorchester People for Peace and involved in Showing Up for Racial Justice Boston. And I fully stand behind and support the requests and demands from the Muslim Justice League that we heard earlier, as well as Families for Justice as Healing, and the comments we heard from Showing Up for Racial Justice Boston. It is critical, in my opinion, that funding be removed from the Boston Police Department and instead invested in the community, particularly the Black and Brown communities that have been most negatively impacted by police. I know a lot of people that have already spoken on this hearing have said it in a lot of ways, a lot smarter than me, but I want to add my voice as a concerned citizen to please city councilors vote no on this budget and make some drastic cuts to this budget. I'm really glad to hear about the alternate response program regarding mental health. It sounds like that is in a pilot phase at this time with the BPD. And I'm really glad to hear other folks giving testimony here about programs around the country that are successfully putting in place alternative response programs. And I agree with other comments here that this should not live within the police department. Funds for these kinds of programs should go towards programs outside of the BPD. The community building programs that one of the police officers was talking about previously on this hearing sounds like an amazing program and the kinds of things that the city should be allocating funds for, but it should not live within the police department. I don't see or understand any reason why money towards youth art programming, which is vital and critical in our communities, should live within the police department. That is precisely the kinds of programs that people with expertise and experience in those fields, like art teachers, community organizers, people working with young folks, that kind of program should live within people that know how to execute those kinds of programs. I'm sure what the police department is doing, and not to knock it, but it just seems as though that's something that should not live within the funding of the police department. The police respond to harm. They do not prevent harm. More police patrol or presence in communities does not make them more safe. Investment and resources in housing, food access, education, arts, culture, youth programming, that is what we need. We need good job opportunities and living wages. None of this comes from the police department. It is imperative to the health of our communities to take funding out of BPD and invest those dollars toward our thriving communities. Again, I urge city councilors to vote no on the budget and defund the police. Thank you so much for your time and for hearing all these folks' testimonies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Wahaj. Then it'll be Dr. Chiaswan Sabrina Chang, and then Domingos de Rosa. Wahaj, you have the floor.
Dear members of the City Council, my name is Wahaj Shfira, and I live in Roxbury. I'm a part of the YJPU, Youth Justice Power Union. What a police-free world would mean is that everyone is protected and given opportunities regardless of race, religion, and sexual orientation, and will be judged by their will and capacity to perform, and not by how they look or who they are, granted them having the same opportunities both equally and equitably. Along with many others alongside me, I reject the idea that more cops on our streets will mean a safer and more vibrant city. While the mayor's budget calls for hiring more police, I say we need fewer police doing less so that we can focus on and invest in the programs that meet the real needs of our communities, especially the Black and Brown people who have been most harmed by policing. With this goal, I would hope for more of a just society, one where we can strive with equal and equitable opportunity and not have to protest for the basic freedoms we should be granted of rights. Let's be the generation that learns from the past and can create change for those yet to come. I am appalled by the fiscal year 2022 budget. I call for cutting down our police budget and redistributing it to investment in the very communities struggling under this system. I would prefer departments such as housing and development and education. Education, one, is the foundation of youth who may not have the same opportunities for their wealthier counterparts to get the access to education. They need to be able to be successful and create a cycle of wealth in the communities they're raised in. With this investment, they can be successful and give back to the communities that they were raised in. With housing can be infrastructure plans. Infrastructure can be anything, honestly. It can be grocery stores, health educational facilities, studios, housing as the main thing, to create a more equitable and affordable cycle for people that live in those neighborhoods to thrive in. I ask the City of Boston and City Council to give one, commit to real cuts to both the overtime and regular BPD budget. Two, freeze all hiring of new officers in the Boston Police Department. Three, cap regular and overtime spending of the Boston Police Department. These cuts will help the city to meet the community's demand to shift money and power away from policing into the Black and Brown communities instead of continuing to spend public resources on policing. Money should be shifted out of the BPD into housing, food access, arts and culture, recovery services, community-led violence prevention, intervention, and healing run by people who have direct experience in Black and Brown communities. If the mayor's office does not agree to decrease the spending and shrink the role and responsibility of the BPD, I urge the City Council to vote no on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Wahaj. Next up is Dr. Chang, and then it'll be Domingos De Rosa, and then Ikram Mohammed. Dr. Chang?
Thank you. So my name is Dr. Chang, and I'm a resident in Boston. I live near Chinatown. I'm here as a psychologist, and I hold positions at Harvard Medical School, Boston University, and with the Department of Mental Health. I want to start off by thanking the City Council here for organizing this really important meeting, and thanking everybody in the public for showing up to testify. I want to go on record and say that I am absolutely against Mayor Janey's budget as it stands right now, and I demand more funds divested from the Boston Police Department. So I want to say that I am testifying as a psychologist who is serving folks with severe mental illness and who actually live at the intersection of severe mental illness and poverty. So a lot of the folks that I serve are street homeless, and a significant portion of my clients are Black and Brown. And I'm here because my clients can't be here, and I'm here to advocate for them. I cannot tell you how many instances of trauma have been imposed on my clients from the Boston Police Department. And it is outrageous that then when they're in a crisis, I am left to call the Boston Police Department for de-escalation. To say that this is not a healing practice is to put it very mildly. As a psychologist, I demand that I have better options to offer to my clients who are in crisis, and those options would have to operate outside of the police department. I have had personal experiences with the Boston Police Department. I have witnessed with my own eyes the way Boston Police Department has treated my clients, and I am opposed to that. There is a culture within the Boston Police Department that I do not believe is affirming to the Black and Brown community, and it certainly isn't affirming to people who are struggling with mental illness. I have heard from this meeting that, we're talking about police officers' mental health during COVID, and absolutely mental health during COVID is a significant issue. And I hope that the funds the funds that are going to the police can be considered to be instead invested into mental health initiatives. And it is important to note that Black and Brown communities are the ones that have been impacted the most by COVID-19, not the police. I think it's really important that I am also here to testify as an Asian woman living near Chinatown in Boston who is facing escalating racial hatred during the era of COVID-19. I want to say that I resent politicians for using the platform of AAPI hate to prop up police. I do not want police in my community. Police do not make AAPI folks feel safer. There's a long history of the police failing our community, oppressing our community, and until the police can address that, please don't come around our community offering support, because we cannot really accept support from people who are failing us. So I think this idea of increasing police in the face of AAPI hate, I think this is a classic strategy of sowing division between Asian folks and the Black community, okay? And Asian and Black folks in Boston share the same oppressor, which is institutionalized and systemic racism. And the police department is a symptom of institutionalized and systemic racism. So increasing that is not going to help us there. I hope politicians can be a little bit more creative when it comes to addressing AAPI hate. For example, you can invest in the AAPI community instead. You can invest in increase in anti-racist education in our public school system. All those things would be wonderful. I don't believe in allocating more funding, continuing to fund with my tax dollars, a system that is obviously broken, a system that is obviously part of the issue, part of the problem. And I really respectfully ask the City Council to vote against this budget as it stands right now. I would like to make specific requests along with that, which is that I would like to see real cuts, significant quantitative cuts to both the overtime and the regular BPD budget. I would like to see a freezing of all hiring of new police officers and cadets and BPD, and a real actual enforceable cap on regular and overtime spending of the BPD as well. Thank you so much for hearing my testimony. I want to thank again City Council for this opportunity to speak.
Great, thank you so much, Dr. Chang. Next up is Domingos Torosa, and then it'll be Ikram. And that, I believe, will be the last person for public testimony. So if you think you are testifying, but you're not currently in the Zoom room, now would be the time to get there. Domingos, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Hi, guys. Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this conversation. As my fellow community members have asked and continue to ask, we as a city is asking that the police department budget be reallocated to different departments such as BCYF to provide direct services to individuals across the city instead of over-policing our communities. $72.5 million in overtime in 2020 is beyond expensive. 2022's budget looks like we're going to increase the budget by another $20 million for overtime, and those numbers seem to be increasing as the years goes on. As a former city employee, as a former chapter chair for local SEIU 888, we've noticed over the years how funds are being removed from one department and allocated in the BPD department. We're asking the city council to vote against the 2022 budget to make sure that cities, neighborhoods within the cities receive the services that they actually need to deal with the issues that are going on in today's Boston. We have a very serious issue on mass and cash. We've spent close to $5 million on police overtime for an area that continues to look the way that it does. We continue to have murders across the city of Boston that are unsolved. We continue to have complaints from constituents like myself on police abuse and mistreatment. And the only way we're going to adjust this is by making sure that we reallocate funds to other programs across the city to ensure that folks receive the proper support needed to create a city that is safe for all Bostonians. The rampage that continues to happen with the ATVs and dirt bikes, it's an ongoing issues. 25 years ago, I was a part of that community. 25 years later, I'm still a part of that community who continue to look for a place within the city of Boston to express ourselves in a positive manner. I know that lately we've allocated several cruisers to the Moakley Park regarding shootings that have happened while the youth were using the field, specifically the Metro Lacrosse program. We want the same services across the city by allocating funds to programs such as Metro Lacrosse and all the Pop Warner programs that utilize our fields across the city of Boston. So I agree with all the statements made by constituents in support of reallocating funds from the BPD budget into other departments across the city to provide the services needed so we can ensure that all Bostonians feel safe. I also like to add that we should have flagmen working details on construction sites to employ some of our city constituents, to give them opportunities to close the wealth gap, $8 versus $276. The achievement gaps in our schools, we do not need police officers in our school systems. We actually need more mentors and guidance counselors to assure that our youngest minds receive the proper support needed to become tomorrow's citizens. So I thank you for your opportunity of being here, and I'll continue to advocate in the best way possible. I thank you guys again and enjoy your night.
Thank you, Domingos. Thanks for being here. Ikram.
My name is Ikram Mahmoud, and I was born and raised in Boston. I'm shocked and surprised that following the actions of the BPD in the past, and specifically the past year, that our city officials want to essentially give them more money and recruit more officers. I have witnessed the police brutally attacking a defenseless man, with 4 or 5 of them in total beating on him. There is no excuse for that. I have personally been harassed by the police in the form of pepper spray and tear gas, along with a group of people who were literally doing nothing to them except chanting, "Hands up, don't shoot." Time and time again, the police's response to peaceful protesting have been to instigate violence and then blatantly lie and say they didn't start it. I don't even have to mention these situations of high tension when the police are grossly misconducting themselves doing routine work. I say all of this to highlight the fact that our mayor's response to all of this is to add police officers in an attempt to, quote unquote, curb overtime spending, along with other unacceptable proposals. The definition of insanity is doing something over and over again and expecting a different result. We have been attempting reform for quite literally hundreds of years. Reform does not work here. How many times do you have to try it till you realize you failed your community? That is all for my statements today.
Thank you, Ikram. With that, let me just see. I believe with that we have concluded public testimony. So as I mentioned earlier, I will be recessing this hearing to a time certain. So this hearing will reconvene on May 26th at 3 p.m. We had previously noticed that as an overflow time for BPD. And that really is an opportunity to, it's really a deadline for us to get the information requests back from the department in written detail. And so if we have all of those back, it'll just be a quick check-in on what we've gotten. But I want to be really clear that the Committee on Ways and Means, we've made these information requests. To Councilor Mejia's point, it's frustrating when we're stuck sort of trying to get basic numbers in in the 7 minutes and 7 minutes that the counselors have. And I want to make sure that, as this is a very large portion of our budget, and obviously as there's lots of community attention to and lots of new proposals related to it, that the council really has the answers to all of its questions. So with that, this hearing of the Boston City Council's Ways and Means Committee will be recessed to a time certain and will reconvene on May 26th at 3 p.m. Thank you all so much for your participation.
Thank you.